Eagle 98.1 Game Day is on.
Presented by your local Super Chevy dealers.
This is LSU football.
Snap at the knees. Finley handles. Rolls to his right. Stops. Still has time. Throws. Wide open in the end zone. Did he make the catch? He did! Touchdown, Tigers! Jeray Jenkins. Finley to Ty Davis Price. Sees the end zone, smells the end zone, and finds the end zone. Touchdown, Tigers.
LSU football on Eagle 98.1, the flagship home of the Tigers. Tonight,
From Kyle Field in College Station, Texas, it's your defending champion LSU Tigers.
and the Texas A&M Aggies. Now.
Live from the Mercedes-Benz of Baton Rouge studios, here's Charles Hanagriff and Jordy Culotta.
And a pleasant good afternoon, and welcome to Eagle 98.1 Game Day. As the Tigers get ready to take on the Aggies in College Station. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Charles Hanagriff, along with Jordy Culotta and our entire staff, walking you up to the kickoff of today's game between the LSU Tigers and the Texas A&M Aggies. The Tigers come in with a record of 3-3, coming off of a win last week against Arkansas, 27-24. Been an up-and-down season for the Tigers. A loss, a win, a loss, a win, a loss, a win. And, oh, by the way, weeks off in between. But last week, the Tigers took a 3-week break and came back with a strong performance by T.J. Finley, who had a very good afternoon, did not turn the ball over, and managed to have LSU go 13-24 on third downs. It was backed up by defensive performance that made the plays when they had to, gave up a lot of big plays, but at the very end of the game got the stops that they needed. Jordy, it wasn't a thing of beauty last week in Arkansas, but this team will take wins where they can get it. There was some progress made, especially at the quarterback position.
Without question, I think you saw T.J. Finley bounce back after an effort against Auburn where everything was against him. It seemed like the world collapsed on top of him at Jordan-Hare, and to see him to bounce back, come back and play like he did in Fayetteville, build confidence. You saw the defense improve a small margin. Holding Arkansas 0 for 10 on third downs, I think, is a small win, something that you can build confidence on and coach up on over on the Ponderosa. When you look at this Texas A&M team, Charlie, there's nothing good about this matchup when you look at LSU's standpoint. 62% conversion rate on third downs offensively for Jimbo Fisher and the Aggies. As we said, LSU had a small win on third down last week versus Arkansas, but Texas A&M dominates time of possession. LSU will have to run the ball this week to maybe try to counter that. There's just nothing when you look at this matchup head-on-head that looks good or advantage LSU.
The Aggies come in with a record of 5-1. They are ranked 5th in the nation in the inaugural BCS.
Hey,
It's the old
all right.
playoff poll, excuse me. They have won 4 straight games since losing to Alabama. Their last game against South Carolina was a 48-3 win, but that was 3 weeks ago. COVID problems have cost the Aggies their last 2 games. They're looking at themselves as a potential playoff team, and they're in position to do that. They're better than a 2-touchdown favorite today against LSU. When you look at Texas A&M on paper, there's a lot of things to like. Isaiah Spiller and the run game have certainly held up their end of the bargain. But the deal with me, Jordy, is Kellen Mond. Yeah. A starter for 3 seasons. It's never fully clicked for him, whether it be inaccuracy issues, turnovers, or just sometimes where they had big gains in big situations where he just didn't get the job done. He's a senior quarterback now. He looks like a guy that is comfortable. 16 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He's only been sacked twice the whole year. Jimbo Fisher is known as a guy that can mold quarterbacks. This one may have taken a little bit longer, but he finally looks comfortable as that Aggie starter.
He absolutely does, Charlie. When you look at Jimbo Fisher, when you think of Jimbo Fisher, you always think of play calling and doing that to suit his talent. It took a while for him to find out what the groove was going to be with Kellen Mond, but it looks like here in his senior season, Fisher and Mond are absolutely on the same page. You mentioned some of the numbers. He is rushing the ball very effective this year. He's throwing the ball very effective this year, and both have kept defenses off balance. Coming into tonight's game, Mond has thrown for 16 touchdown passes compared to 2 interceptions, over 1,400 yards through the air. He's also done a really good job of running the ball as he's had 34 rushes on the season for over 100 yards and a score as well. So he'll keep LSU honest both on his feet and through the air tonight. But as you said, Jimbo Fisher is doing an excellent job of just allowing him to settle into the game, find a comfort zone, and just be able to kind of play his game without thinking. He's just out there just playing.
Full lineup today for you. Gordy Rush is in College Station. Jimmy Out will be by with Otter Locks for the 2:30 games and the night session. Shea Dixon on recruiting as we inch ever closer to the first signing period. Mike Detillier will break down Texas A&M. Billy Lucci from TexAgs.com will be with us, plus players and both head coaches. And we are brought to you by your Super Chevy dealers. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals, but many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
If I built a van, it would do more than haul.
It would carry my entire business. I'd make it available in dozens, if not thousands of configurations.
It would keep an eye on my fleet.
And an eye out for danger.
If I built a van, I'd make it available in diesel and gas. And I'd build it right here in South Carolina.
Introducing the all-new Sprinter, starting at $33,790. Built in the USA. Mercedes-Benz. Vans. Born to run.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
During Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day, Skull Session. Presented by Robinson Brothers Ford Lincoln on Airline, under the giant American flag. Now, here's Charles Hanagriff. And from the LSU Sports Radio Network, Gordy Rush.
And we go over to College Station for the first time today and say good afternoon to Gordy Rush. G, how you doing?
Doing well. Cold, rainy. The only way to describe it, a heck of a lot cooler than Baton Rouge yesterday over at Rufino's restaurant. So definitely going to be a factor tonight. Should be in the 50s at kick, and the rain's going to continue on throughout the game.
Well, you just batting 1,000 here recently with you on the sideline in the yuck, huh?
Yeah, back-to-back games. It was special in Arkansas. At least we had some breaks during Arkansas. It looks like we're going to get some steady rain tonight, and a little bit cooler. It was pretty warm up in Fayetteville.
Well, if Mon throws you one on the sideline, trying to show off and catch it with one hand, right? Okay, just regular catch is just fine.
Charlie, just because you and the guys want to hate that was my second reception this season, and got play on national television, you guys feel good. If that makes you feel better about yourself, go ahead.
Gordy, let's start with the Texas A&M offense. Jordy and I were talking in the open about Kellen Mond, and the numbers are just such an improvement over what we've seen before, a 16-2 touchdown interception ratio. Only 2 sacks on the season is kind of a really, really telling statistic. Talk a little bit about what Jimbo's done with him and this comfort zone that he's gotten into in his senior year.
Well, look, they got back to what they did well in 2 years ago in 2018. It started with being physical up front. They had Travion Williams, outstanding running back, and a lot of what they had success with was the play-action pass because they were able to run the football. Mond was able to really excel off the play-action pass. Last year, they lost 4 offensive linemen. They weren't able to run the ball with success, and he struggled. That's not the case this year. They're good on both fronts, offensive and defensive fronts. Isaiah Spiller has really emerged as a 3-down back and a guy that can run with some physicality. And off of that, Mond has been able to be really sharp in the play-action game. They're not elite out on the edge at wide receiver. They're very good at the tight end position. They've got the second and third string backs that can catch the football. And that's the difference in Kellen Mond. It's back to 2018, in my opinion, to what he did well.
Gordy Rush joining us from College Station here on Eagle 98.1 Game Day, presented to you by your local Super Chevy dealers. Gordy, to me, the difference in Texas A&M is the other side of the ball, right? Mike Elko and what he's got going on with the defensive unit. Can you explain what the Aggies look like on the defensive side of the ball and how they'll present challenges this afternoon for LSU?
Yeah, look, I think they do a nice job stop and run. And the key in this league, I don't care, even with this day and age, all these new offenses, can you run the ball? Can you stop run? And look, they're doing a better job of that. I think we're familiar. Elko was a fantastic hire. We've seen him now for 3 years in a row, and they returned people. That was the big difference, whereas LSU lost 18, 19, 22 starters, depending on who you want to count from all the opt-outs. Texas A&M returned in the system, and he's able to do more things with this group, whereas LSU, I talked a little bit on the CST show this morning. LSU's gone back to being really vanilla and fundamental on defense. Elko can afford to be a little bit more complicated because kids have been in the system.
When we looked at it last week, the game fit Ty Davis-Price, and he was effective on the ground. How do you feel about this afternoon as far as LSU's featured back, or do they rotate the guys?
Well, either Kevin Falk, as you guys have had him on your show, he's going to feed who's got the hot hand. I think with the conditions today, that it's going to be wet, it's going to be sloppy, it's going to be similar to Arkansas in some respects. I've got to think that this game fits Ty Davis-Price.
TJ Finley a week ago on the third down plays were the most impressive to me. He was 8 out of 11. 6 of those were for first downs. Mostly, Gordy, he looked comfortable, more so than he has in the previous 2 games, even South Carolina, where there were just kind of some big plays. This was more of a methodical approach, and they control the ball, control the game. So what did they do to settle him down? He had 3 weeks to think about what was a rough performance over at Auburn.
Well, look, I mean, Arkansas was without 7 of their top 10 defensive linemen, and so Barry Odom opted to play a dime defense and try and get creative and with some stunts and do his best to supplement where he was weak up front. And so a lot of the games that they were able to play, or a lot of the strategy was the play-action pass and using those big receivers against the smaller nickel backs and the dime backs and just moving the chains. And so that was the game plan, last week, and it worked well, and that's what he did well. I think he understood that really didn't have to stretch the field. There were times they went down the field a little bit, but it was about the intermediate routes. That's where the holes were in this defense. And you play in a guessing game with Barry Odom because he had to bring those guys up in for run supporting. If they came up, it opened up the intermediate stuff behind them. I don't think that's going to be the case tonight. And, I think that Mike Elko is going to look at that Auburn film. Again, he's going to stack the box. He knows that LSU's got to run the football with the young quarterback. And they have the Jims and Joes that they can get aggressive with Gilbert and Marshall in the slot. And I expect to see a whole lot of similar stuff to what we saw with Kevin Steele. They're going to challenge the hooks, the slants, and the things like that, and make Finley do something else, particularly go outside on the edge against press coverage and let somebody else that's not number 2 or number 6 beat you.
Well, number 2 is a guy that Orgeron will talk about pretty much in every press gathering, that he feels like they need to feed Gilbert the ball even more than they have. So is there a matchup that LSU can take advantage of with him?
Well, I think there's always a matchup, right, with Elko, and that, so A&M's got to put some sort of safety hybrid type of guy on the field to deal with him. He's way too athletic for a linebacker. And you can't put a nickel back that's going to be undersized that he's just going to push around. To me, the questions for A&M, how are you? I look forward to that matchup. What's Elko going to do? Because you want to put your best two defenders on Marshall, who's going to play mostly in the slot, and Gilbert, who's obviously going to work from that H-back tight end position. So I think that's going to be interesting to see how he addresses that, and that's what Steve Ensminger's trying to do. Look, I'm going to run the football, and if you're going to allocate an extra body down to the box, then I'm going to look for 2. I'm going to look for 6 and take the matchup behind it. But that's the chess match this evening. It's going to be a chess match the rest of the season, and look forward to how Ensminger tries to exploit that tonight.
Last week, the big news was that Dare Rosenthal was reinstated to the program. He was available last week in Fayetteville. What did you make of the offensive line play, Dare's play, and what do you expect from them this evening?
Yeah, he just got a handful of snaps. Wonder what his conditioning is. His offensive line, they played well, and I think you expected them to play well based off that Arkansas was so deficient down there. A whole different game. A&M, again, returns a lot of people in that front 7 that played a whole lot of football. And in the conditions, Jordy, I mean, in Arkansas, the field was wet. It was slick. We saw a lot of people slide. They're talking about continuous rain. It's going to be a little colder tonight against a much better defensive front. That LSU's going to have to at least get their pops there and win that matchup, in my opinion, if they want to win this football game tonight.
We'll take a break. We'll come back, flip sides of the ball. What will Jimbo Fisher have in store for the LSU defense? That is next. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact ServiceMaster Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. ServiceMaster Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care, it's more advanced care. This is innovating healthcare at Louisiana's #1 hospital, Ochsner.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not 1 but 2 NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front to Back Boat Services.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her Ochsner primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an Ochsner care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Ochsner Baton Rouge. Innovating healthcare for Kelly.
You may not know about the 4Kids Foundation, but you've probably heard of the Zurich Classic. And the Zurich Classic exists because of 4 kids. But it's what happens after the tournament that really counts. 100% of the proceeds are donated by the 4Kids Foundation to hundreds of local charities, totaling more than $40 million, all to help local children and families in need. 4Kids helps kids through golf, because every child deserves a
Eagle 98.1.
Eagle 98.1 Game Day continues, presented by your local Super Chevy dealers. Gordy Rush is over in College Station. Gordy, last week LSU gave up 6 plays of 29 yards or more, 4 plays of 50 yards or more. Jimbo Fisher's about as good as it gets when it comes to exploiting weaknesses in defenses. So what do we expect Jimbo to pull out of his hat today?
Well, again, I'm going to keep bringing this up. The weather's going to play a factor. I think the good news for LSU is that Texas A&M is not elite out there on the edge. Osman, their best receiver, opted out before the season started, and where they're really good is Weidemeyer, their tight end, is their leading receiver. I think that's going to be a matchup that's going to be key for this football game. LSU's ability to stop run and stop Spiller, but Baskerville and the linebackers are going to have to handle the play action pass because so much of what Mon has really done well has been off the play action, and Weidemeyer is not. Was that Sternberger was the tight end? He didn't have the athleticism per se, but he's a big kid. He runs well for a big kid. He catches the football well, and that's his go-to guy. So I think that first and foremost is the key matchup, the play action pass. The linebackers handling the tight end, whether or not they go nickel and get Jacoby Stevens into that mix as well. I think it'll be interesting. And then what Texas A&M really does well, and saw 2 plays against South Carolina, they find a way to get the running backs out into the pattern. And I'm not talking about checkdowns. There was a 50-yard seam route in which A&M scored against South Carolina. And so they've got an array of good running backs in addition to Spiller that can catch the football.
Gordy, it seems like we'll see LSU's top 2 cornerbacks in action today. Derek Stingley Jr., after sustaining a concussion last week in Arkansas, did practice and by all accounts will go. And then Elias Ricks, who was ejected for targeting, looks like he'll get the start as well. Can you talk about what you think of those 2 top-line guys when they're on the field? Because it was obvious when Charlie mentioned some of those numbers last weekend. Those were a couple of backups that Felipe Franks were going after. What do Ricks and Stingley do to the mentality of that side of the ball?
They lock him down, Jordy. It was you talk with Derek's dad each and every week. You know how good these guys are. That you can lock them down, and you feel good about that. That's a matchup that LSU has to check if indeed both of them go tonight. And then additionally, what really jumped out at me on film was that how much Bo Pelini had really simplified this defense. You notice they got lined up quickly. A lot of times they would show a too deep look, and even though they weren't playing some cover 2, they would show it, and they were able to get to man free like that. The run fits were really, really good. Even at the times they played man-to-man, and you can play man with Ricks and Stingley, as we all know, out there on the corner. And then I think the safeties understood their role, playing inside out as what we call alley players. I think Ricks and Stingley, hopefully they're going tonight. That's a good situation. I think Jimbo Fisher, and if it was me, I would be attacking the middle of the football field, the safeties, the linebackers. That's where they've been really good with the running back and tight end.
You think this will be a little bit chippy? You were there 2 years ago. It was a little bit more than chippy, and then we know about the cups and the rings and all that stuff, and then we certainly know what happened at Tiger Stadium last year. They've got a capacity, I believe they're 27-5. Sure. Everybody that's seen them play and listened to the broadcast thinks, hey, you know what? They've pushed that number pretty good. So, is this chippy tonight? You think?
I think it's chippy. If I recall, after after A&M got blown out 50-7, Jimbo went and put that on the wall inside their locker room, and it was a learning lesson. And this is again the team that returned a whole lot of people. So I think it has the potential to be chippy. I'm really interested to see the way that LSU responds, because so many people that were a part of that game 2 years ago are not here. I mean, you've turned the roster over. And so what does it mean to those guys? But indeed, I think it's a rivalry game. I'm interested to see how much of it is played down today, because it is 27,000 people, and it is going to be a messy night at Kyle Field.
One guy who was there 2 years ago and seems like got back into the options list last week was Micah Baskerville as far as the selection at linebacker. He came in and played really good. What do you expect from him this week, and what does he bring to LSU on that second level?
Well, I think that first off, to me, he has made the least amount of mistakes, I think, in that run game. He's played more inside out. When there were times where Clark, who had struggled obviously early, was just overrunning things. There were breakdowns and run fits. I just think that he has played in terms of you were grading him. Jordy's probably graded out with less mistakes than any of the three linebackers. And then you also like his athleticism, and I think that comes into play because, as I mentioned, you're going to get a whole lot of play action here this evening in this ball game, and your ability to get out and run with Weidemeyer is going to be a big part of this.
Gordy, have a good call. Stay dry as possible, and have a safe trip home. We'll see you when you get back.
Okay, guys, take care.
And we'll take a break. Kentucky and Florida. Florida has just scored again, another touchdown for Kyle Pitts. That makes it 31-10 late in the third quarter in Gainesville. Full Scoreboard is coming your way straight ahead, presented by your local Super Chevy dealers. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
When morning came to Louisiana, we were hopeful, not hibernating. We were mending fences, feeding neighbors, and holding our kids. When morning came to Louisiana, we were wide awake, planting seeds for next year's crops. We were stronger, ready for what's next. And together, as we build anew, Blue Cross stands ready to support you.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact ServiceMaster Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. ServiceMaster Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
Eagle 98.1. The Magnolia Bluffs Casino College Football Scoreboard. The Magnolia Bluffs Casino Hotel in Natchez. It's not what you play, it's who you play with.
We start in Gainesville, where the number 6 Gators lead Kentucky 31-10. Kyle Trask has thrown 3 touchdown passes. Kadarius Toney has returned a punt for a touchdown. A little bit of a slow start for Florida, but they got it going.
All 3 of those touchdown passes go to tight end Kyle Pitts as he's back in action today. 4 catches for Pitts, 3 of them for scores, 77 yards for the best tight end in the country.
Number 12, Indiana leads Maryland 17-3. That's late in the third quarter. Michael Penix, quarterback for Indiana, injured, could not put any weight on that leg going off. He had a long run down inside the red zone. They had to help him off. Indiana, who is now just picked up a score to go up 17-3 and a 2-point conversion, is maybe in the catbird seat if this Ohio State thing continues to go sideways. Ohio State not playing today. They lose one more game, and I don't mean lose a game on the field. I mean lose another game to COVID. They're not going to be eligible for the Big Ten championship game. That puts Indiana in there. But this Michael Penix situation, their quarterback, bears watching.
Stevie Scott today picked up the load with the quarterback out. 2 touchdown rushes for day. Today for Scott on the ground.
Another key injury over in Stillwater, where number 23 Oklahoma State is leading Texas Tech 28-24 with about 5 minutes to go in the third.
Yeah, as Chuba Hubbard out today. Desmond Jackson, how about him? Big day for Jackson, stepping up in for Oklahoma State and carrying the ball for Hubbard, who's out. 21 carries, over 100 yards, 3 scores for Jackson on the ground.
Couple of disappointing teams at the Big House. Penn State leads Michigan 17-10. About 5 minutes to go in the third quarter there.
Parker Washington, Penn State leading with receptions, 9 catches on the day or the afternoon for Washington for just under 100 yards as Penn State up 10.
All right, so this is Thanksgiving week. You know what that means? It means the MAC can't play on Tuesday, so the MAC's playing today. Northern Illinois leads Western Michigan 24-20. Ohio over Bowling Green 52-10. These are all third quarter scores. Buffalo over Kent State 35-31. Jared Patterson for Buffalo, who I don't know at all, has 277 yards and 5 touchdowns. So that's really good.
Make it 6 touchdowns.
I'm sorry.
Buffalo just scored again.
Okay.
42-31. Charlie.
Update. Ball State leads Toledo 24-3. East Carolina leading SMU 45-15. Wow, I didn't see that score until just now. 7-2 SMU getting beat by 30 in the third quarter. Georgia Southern leads Georgia State 24-19. Syracuse leads NC State 22-20. That's early in the third quarter at the Carrier Dome. Missouri leading Vanderbilt 34-0. So it would be so Vanderbilt for them not to score today.
Well, they did make history because they did defer, and so they did take the opening kickoff. So they did have to kick off in the second half. So Sarah Fuller did come out and kick an opening third quarter kick for the second half. So they have made history.
Okay, so
in
she got
Nashville.
in.
So she got in and did make a kickoff. It was a kick to the third level and set up Missouri in field position deep in their territory. But she has been out for a kick this afternoon.
You know, it didn't occur to me. Somebody had put it on Twitter this morning. I forgot who it was. Said, you realize that for her to go out there and score, that Vanderbilt's actually got to get close, and guess what? They have not gotten close. Miami of Ohio leads Akron 24-0. That game is at the half. Kickoffs at the top of the hour. Number 20, Coastal Carolina. They are 8-0 on the season. They are at Texas State. UL Lafayette at UL Monroe. That's also a 2 o'clock kick from Monroe. Cajuns in the middle of a great year at 7-1. The UL Monroe Warhawks are probably the worst team in college football. And it's worse than just over. I mean, I don't want to dig too far into the nose. It's pretty bad. North Texas at UT San Antonio, South Alabama at Arkansas State. 2:30, the Iron Bowl from Tuscaloosa. Number 22 Auburn, number 1 Alabama. Of course, the storyline there, no Nick Saban.
I still have to see it to believe it. I know that everybody has said it and that he is at home today, has not been out throughout the preparation this week. I still have to see this thing with the ball in the air, kicked off, and to believe that Nick Saban is not on the sidelines at Bryant-Denny.
All right, so I learned a little bit about game protocol when we went through this the first time with Georgia. Actually, the game is handed to the officials 90 minutes before the game starts. I don't know why they picked 90 minutes. I don't know what that deal is. I don't know if it's weather-related and whatever. The officials take control of the game 90 minutes to kick off. At that point, you got to get out. Everybody that's not authorized got to get out. So if he's got a drone or something, that's fine, but he's got to be home as of 30 minutes ago. That's the rules, okay? That's the rules. If he showed up on the sideline, though, yeah.
Wouldn't it be so him?
Wearing like a robe or something.
So him, right?
and a hood, like a
Jedi
or something.
Lighten Sark up.
right.
Lighten him up.
Pitt's at number 3, Clemson. Trevor Lawrence is back today. He hadn't played a game in over a month.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to watch. This will be a 2:30 kickoff this afternoon. This will be from Memorial Stadium in Clemson, South Carolina. Travis Etienne, 10 touchdowns on the season.
Number 8 Northwestern is at Michigan State. This is a 2:30 kickoff from East Lansing. Northwestern all of a sudden in the driver's seat for the Big Ten title game. I got to think that this is the first time in forever that they are this big of a favorite on the road in the league. They are right at a 2-touchdown favorite over Michigan State. All years, the scrappy team, the hard-nosed team, the underdog, blah, blah, blah.
The fighting Reese Davises.
Yeah, we're fighting Reese Davises, and now you're number 8 in the country, and you're on the road as a 2-touchdown favorite. Just be careful there, okay? Just be careful.
I agree. But in the same vein, I have also wondered, I know that Pat Fitzgerald is a Northwestern guy, but why he hasn't gotten more love, whether it be from other big-time colleges or Charlie, even the NFL.
Yeah.
He feels like an NFL guy to me, the way that he's kind of inspired that college in that big city and has them right now, like you said, sitting in a position where, I mean, they feel like they are in the driver's seat.
He could be an NFL guy, Jordy, but you know what he feels like to me? He feels like Frank Beamer. He feels like a lifer.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is my school. I may have other opportunities, but this is where I want to be. Mark Few at Gonzaga, if you want to do a basketball thing. I know I've got other opportunities. I like it here.
Charlie, if that's the case, grip tight to Pat, because to me, he is a superior coach.
Yeah, no, he's fantastic. Absolutely. 2:30 kickoffs for Troy and Appalachia State. The Egg Bowl is at 3 o'clock. The Egg Bowl and the Iron Bowl should be played up against each other. Those should be at separate times.
But do you agree that this is the most intriguing game of the day?
Absolutely.
I can't wait to see this.
I think that Ole Miss will win, and something strange will happen, because something strange almost always happens in the end. This game should be played on Thanksgiving night.
One of the strangest things that's happened in the college football season over the last 3 weeks is that Mississippi State kept it close with Georgia.
They scored points, okay? They've turned it over to Will Rogers after playing musical quarterbacks for a couple of weeks. Will Rogers has taken over. He's played pretty well the last couple of weeks, and maybe it takes this long for Leach to get everything in that he wants. Look for a lot of points, if nothing else, in Oxford.
Over under here, 70.5.
Yeah, I think I'd probably go over if I had to play it. Rutgers is at Purdue, Louisville at Boston College. 4 o'clock kick for San Diego State and Colorado. 6 o'clock kick tonight for Memphis and Navy, Duke and Georgia Tech, Kansas State and Baylor. 6:30 for number 9 Georgia and South Carolina. We'll see JT Daniels again. Over 400 yards in his debut. Dad says, hey, thanks for holding my kid out. Kid says, hey, I've been ready to go for a month. So
you rarely see this, right?
Who knows? Also 6:30 kick for Utah and Washington. Just a second game for the Utes this season. UCLA and Arizona at 7 o'clock, along with TCU, Kansas. Jayhawks looking for their first win of the season. And a 10 o'clock kick from the island, Nevada and Hawaii. Ton of games canceled today, 18 in total. Canceled or postponed today, and more cancellations and postponements.
Sure.
We're running out of weeks, but the most important one nationally is number 4 Ohio State. They called this game last night somewhere around 9-10 o'clock. Ryan Day was not going to be able to coach in it anyway. He had tested positive, the Ohio State coach, and now Ohio State's in a situation where they have to play their last 2 games, or they basically got to cancel the rest of the Big Ten schedule for the Buckeyes to get in the Big Ten championship game. Now, they don't need to get into the Big Ten championship game to qualify for the playoffs. There's no prerequisite, but you would think that if they don't, then they won't. Gonna be interesting, and whether they get those last 2 games played or not, touch and go.
Yeah, and look, other games in the Big Ten canceled as well. Minnesota, Wisconsin canceled for today. You look over in the Big 12, Oklahoma, West Virginia has been canceled. Even here in Louisiana Tech and Florida International had their game canceled as well. As Charlie said, over 15 cancellations here on this Saturday.
And you know what else we're seeing, Jordy? We're seeing games canceled later and later. Yeah. Last week, Clemson and Florida State got into this, my doctor's better than your doctor thing. Just in the last 24 hours, we've seen the Ohio State game canceled, Florida Atlantic and Middle Tennessee late yesterday afternoon. And then today, 2 games canceled. San Jose State and Boise State, and Virginia and Florida State. Yes. So you're now – I was sort of the opinion that once you got to site, everything was good.
Sure.
Not
the case.
No, not so.
Not the case. And you know what else sport we're seeing that in is college basketball.
Oh, my goodness.
And how much has it been affected here on opening weekend?
And we're doing a scoreboard. We should tell you that LSU in St. Louis tip here in about 20 minutes from St. Louis. I honestly, I don't know how they're going to get the college basketball season in.
Feels that way right now.
I mean, right. If the contact tracing rules stay in place, if the vaccine isn't advanced, I really don't know how they're going to get to the end.
Real quick, wrapping up your scores from yesterday, too. Notre Dame beat North Carolina 31-17. Iowa State beat Texas 23-20. Oregon State, that was a surprise last night, huh? 41-38 winners over Oregon.
You know, it was a great ball game. I watched almost all of it, and Oregon State did not look the least bit outclassed. Jamar Jefferson is the best running back that maybe nobody has seen.
Don't know?
And I knew his name, but I hadn't seen him play. Ran for 226 yards and a couple of touchdowns. They converted, I think it was 4 out of 5 on fourth down in the fourth quarter. And it was a terrific ball game. That is the biggest rushing total in the history of that long storied series between Oregon and Oregon State. It was a fantastic ball game and just a crushing blow for the Pac-12. To have any kind of chance to get anybody to play. They were a long shot anyway. Now, really, really going to be tough because Oregon was their best shot. We'll take a break. When we come back, it is time for Otter Locks. The 2:30 games less than an hour away. We'll see what Jimmy thinks about those. Presented by your local Super Chevy dealers. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but 2 NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front to Back Boat Services.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an auctioneer care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioneer Baton Rouge, innovating healthcare for Kelly.
You may not know about the 4 Kids Foundation, but you've probably heard of the Zurich Classic. And the Zurich Classic exists because of 4 kids. But it's what happens after the tournament that really counts. 100% of the proceeds are donated by the 4 Kids Foundation to hundreds of local charities, totaling more than $40 million, all to help local children and families in need. 4 Kids helps kids through golf, because every child deserves a shot at a brighter future.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals, but many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Otter Locks. Otter Locks. Presented by Edward Jones. Edward Jones, making sense of investments. Now, here's Jimmy Ott.
And we welcome in Jimmy Ott to talk about today's games. Jimmy, how are you doing? Good afternoon.
Good, fellas. They're doing a little bit better than Baby Tua here for Indiana today. He's having a rough go.
You know, it started out tough for him. He missed a wide-open touchdown pass on the first series. They missed a short field goal. He missed another open play for a touchdown that ended up being an interception down in the red zone. It was really in the first half, Jimmy. Michael Penix might have been worse. In fact, he was worse. I think he was 2 for 16 at one point, and then he did make a key run in the second half, but left the game with an injury on that run, couldn't put any weight on it. You know, Indiana is on the verge of being in the driver's seat for the Big Ten title game. If Penix is out for any amount of time, that's going to really change the landscape there.
It will. But Ben, he was really, really off today. Both of these guys were really off as we watched Baby Tua throw his third interception of the game. Now they're down 20-3. I mean, after they stopped them on 4th and 2 at their own 5-yard line, the very next play he runs a read option for a safety. They get a touchdown, a 2-point conversion. But yes, Penix is just done it with his legs a little bit today. But yeah, he kind of clipped his Achilles as he was going out at about the 2-yard line. Backup comes in and punches it in. But it's a strange game because Maryland went right down the field, and if the opening drive, and if Baby Tua makes the first the easy throw, I mean they're up 7-0 and rolling, but they have done very, very little since. So both quarterbacks are really. You can see Loxley on the sideline with Tua. He's had a rough day. He's had a rough day, and it continues to get worse.
I learned how to say it's Detillier is how you say his first name, and he looks absolutely nothing like his brother. He's probably a better athlete. He's faster. He's not quite as thick as Tua was, but whereas Tua was one of the most accurate quarterbacks around, Detillier has virtually no accuracy. It's a scatter shot with him. He can run. And he's got enough arm, but he is not accurate at all.
But he's kind of hit or miss. I mean, he had a great day against Penn State. I mean,
yeah, I'm watching this game. I guess I should give him more credit for the games before that. And the game against Minnesota, where they went up and down the field.
And that's the same thing with Penix too. I mean, Penix has not been the same thrower he was last week against Ohio State. So week to week, and boy, Michigan tried to put their starting quarterback to start the year, and that didn't last long. So they have gone with the backup who salvaged the game when they were down 17-0 against Rutgers to come back and win. But no, he's played a little bit and he's been off. The accuracy part, man, it's an under. We all get enamored with size and arm strength and athleticism, but accuracy is something that's very, very important.
Cade McNamara is the quarterback that Jimmy is referencing there from Michigan.
Florida with a slow start, not the most aesthetically pleasing first half, but they've got it going now. They are, in fact, they just turned the ball over again. Got a Kentucky turnover with 11 minutes to go. So they're up 21. They are on the verge of matching the number.
Situation football here. Kentucky's got to try and get one first down before the half to go into the locker room with a lead, but Florida burns their last time out with under a minute to go, and the old 2 wides, and whoever the ball doesn't go to calls for the fair catch. Totally duped Kentucky. Guy goes in untouched. The receiver, number 1, I always forget his name.
James Toney.
Jake. And so, I mean, just a big play at the end of the half. And Kyle Pitts, 3 touchdown receptions today. And big boy and people, man. Big boy and the LSU transfer, Kelvin Joseph, on a couple of plays. And he ran a route where, we know about his size and his strength, but he ran this little route where he created separation. For a guy that's big, that's just unfair. And they've got a nice back that's emerging, too. I think it's 27. He ran the fake punt on the first drive of the game. Mullen faked the punt on the first drive of the game, 0-0. And that was the one where Pitts took it in from about 55 yards out. But some special teams big plays for Florida to kind of make this thing a lot less stressful than it may have been.
Damian Pierce is the guy you're talking about
Yes.
from Florida.
He can plant his foot, man, and change directions. He's not bad.
All right, let's take a look at what you like the rest of the day. We were about 40. We actually got a handful of games at 2:00, but big slate at 2:30, of course.
Purdue and Rutgers. Rutgers is only 1-4. Purdue 2-2. Rondell Moore came back, but he's going to be out again. He had over 20 touches in that Minnesota Friday night game a week ago where they got hosed by the call. But I think Rutgers can stay within the 11 on this one. They have been very competitive. Schiano is, he's there's a perfect fit. This is this is Bill Snyder going back to Manhattan, Kansas, kind of the deal. Schiano is just, he can get it done over there. And it's not so much in the record, but it is in how much more competitive they are. Of course, the triple overtime loss to Michigan last week. They've been in just about every game this year. I also like I kind of like Auburn today against Alabama. Auburn,
that's a lot of points.
It is a ton of points. It is a ton of points. It's got nothing to do with me thinking that they could pull off the victory straight up. But in Alabama was super explosive last week against Kentucky. We get that 63-3. But that is keeping this line maybe a little bit higher than it should be. Auburn is playing better. Auburn not just in the college football rankings, but also in the point spread values in Vegas are right outside the top 10. So kind of dialing that offense back, getting Nix to do what he's comfortable, and that is run first, then pass, and it's kept them in some games. So I like Auburn plus the 24. And I have no idea what's going on in Oxford with the Egg Bowl. My goodness, have you ever seen a fan base more excited to be 3-4 in their life? Just check out Barstool Mincy on that one. The entertainment value is for real, and I just can't figure out Mississippi State if it's going to be the team that was dormant for 6 straight games on offense, or the one that moved up and down the field against maybe the best defense they played all year in Georgia and was tied 24-24 in the fourth quarter. And it took a JT Daniels performance to give Georgia that win over Mississippi State. Seems like a lot of points for a defense that's that poor, but kind of a stay-away spot for me in that one.
Anything tonight, Jimmy? They pulled a lot of games off of this card for COVID, so I know it's not exactly like you got a lot of choices here, but anything that you like tonight?
Little revenge spot for Georgia, and just mentioned JT Daniels, and Stetson Bennett is a nice story, and he was forced back into there, but Daniels just has better size, better arm strength, and just can see the feel a little bit better. And he sure did look sharp for not playing too much. And, in Mississippi State's rough year this year, they've been pretty good on defense. So we know about that loss last year at home to South Carolina. South Carolina looked less than inspired against Missouri. I'm thinking that Georgia may come in there and take out a little frustration on the South Carolina Gamecocks in a rare revenge spot in that spot. I know it's a lot of points, but it is. And I'm going to also go with a little bit of the bailout special, Charlie. Hawaii catches 7.5 against Nevada. Nevada's good. Love Dubs, the big receiver. They just throw fly pattern after fly pattern to him. But on the island, taking the 7.5 with the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors.
No TV. How are you going to bail out with no TV?
It's no TV.
No TV. At the find it.
And Chip Kelly is a little bit interesting tonight. They've been better. They especially on offense, and even without DTR in Eugene last week, they were right there to beat Oregon. Seems like a lot of points at 1-2, laying 10 points, but they're getting sneaky a little bit better. But seems like a lot of points to lay for a 1-2 team tonight, late as night.
All right, Jimmy, you guys will be up at Magnolia Bluffs for Football Sunday.
Yeah, Football Sunday at Magnolia Bluffs Casino, the shortest route to Mississippi Sportsbook from the Guarantee Studios to Natchez. It's an hour and 15 minutes, 5 or 10 more minutes to the casino. So yes, indeed, got teaser bets, parlay cards, first half lines, all that stuff over at Magnolia Bluffs. And also one more reminder, Rufino's Big Black Friday special yesterday. It'll be Cyber Monday this Monday. So for every $100 you spend, $50 free gift cards from Ruffino's. Go to ruffinosrestaurant.com.
Safe travels, Jimmy. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good day.
Later, James.
And we will take a break and come back recruiting. We're getting closer to National Signing Day.
Yes.
The first signing period. Shea Dixon from Go 247 will be with us when we come back. Presented by your local Super Chevy dealers. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
During times of trouble, hope keeps us calm, and courage keeps us strong. Here in Louisiana, we know this better than most. After all, we faced hardship, but hurricanes and floods never washed away what makes us strong. It's our culture, the spirit of resilience that says rise and rise up again. We'll make it through the tough times, we always do. And Blue Cross will always be here to support you.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
If I built a van, it would do more than haul.
It would carry my entire business. I'd make it available in dozens, if not thousands of configurations.
It would keep an eye on my fleet.
And an eye out for danger.
If I built a van, I'd make it available in diesel and gas. And I'd build it right here in South Carolina.
Introducing the all-new Sprinter, starting at $33,790. Built in the USA. Mercedes-Benz. Vans. Born to run.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers, offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as a bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Recruiting with Shea Dixon of 247 Sports. Presented by GMFS Mortgage. GMFS Mortgage. Changing lives.
We welcome you back to Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
And it is time to catch up with recruiting just like we do every week here on Eagle 98.1 Game Day, driven and powered by your local Super Chevy dealers. We link up with Go 247's Shea Dixon, who's always keeping us up to speed what's happening on the recruiting trail. Shea, happy belated Thanksgiving to you. Thank you for the time as always.
Oh, absolutely, guys. Happy Thanksgiving to you boys and everyone out there listening. And, blessed to at least have football no matter how it's going.
Shea, we are closing in here on about 3 weeks until National Signing Day, the early signing day. And when you get a couple of these SEC matchups, you usually look across the field and both teams are recruiting the same athletes, and today that is the case when you talk about LSU and Texas A&M. Tell me some of the biggest names that are watching and some of the biggest names that could have an impact on today's outcome and game.
Well, I think first and foremost, a lot of LSU's guys, when you're looking at having 20-plus commitments right now and being hard capped at 25, they'll obviously do a little moving, a little shaking, wiggling, whatever you want to call it, to get the numbers right. But if you've only got 4, 5, 6, that range of guys still out there that you're really interested in and have a real shot to get in. You just want to play well. And even if it's guys who are interested in LSU and A&M or just LSU, they want to see, some results building off the win a week ago and at least have a nice effort tonight. So I think if they need to do that, right? You don't need to come out and have the broadcast the whole game talking about your woes of the season and then that be the rhetoric moving into the next week ahead of facing number 1 Alabama. So that's first and foremost. But I will give you one. Brian Thomas over at Walker is down to really LSU, Bama, and A&M. And some people think that A&M and Damon Craig and that staff it may have the lead right now. LSU and Bama both have 3 wide receivers already committed who are top 100 prospects. And then LSU most recently took Jack Besh. They've got Alabama today for the Iron Bowl has a couple receiver targets on campus. So Brian Thomas is going to stretch it to February, but he remains top 3 player in the state's highest ranked receiver. Him and Chris Hilton have been right there. It'll be interesting to see how his recruitment plays out because he won't factor into this next 3 weeks, but he's going to be on the board there in February and certainly will have a lot of eyes on him as one of Louisiana's top players.
LSU's got 22 commitments. You mentioned they're hard capped at 25 this season for 2021. How do they manage, and do you expect any drama over the next 3 weeks? I heard Ogeron earlier this week say that he anticipated a pretty quiet early signing period in the sense of they expect to get all the faxes with no drama. Are you hearing that on your side?
Man, no, a drama-free 2020, more specifically LSU football, I will take it, Jordy. Yes, I think in the sense of the guys that they know what they're doing with their board, they have 22 commits, yes. I think that number drops a little bit, not in the situation where they get burned by something, but they're trying to even out some positions to where, okay, how can we free up another spot or two to be able to fit in an extra offensive lineman, to be able to fit in some of these guys down the stretch. So that certainly for the fans will be dramatic to watch and be nervous about and wonder how it's going to play out. But I think for O&M, they have a comfort or at least a confidence in saying, hey, look, this is what we're going to do in situation X, Y, and Z. And then maybe more importantly here in a few weeks, December 18th, I believe, is when Mason Smith, the number 1 player in Louisiana, is going to make his announcement. Big 5-star D lineman out of the Homa area playing at Terrebonne. He's been so good over the past couple of seasons and has continued to maintain that 5-star stock. And LSU's been on him since the start. And I think, Jordy, if they can get him, right, if you get him popped and signed December 18th in the early period, to kick off the early period, and you hit lunch or the afternoon and say, yeah, all the signees, the guys that have signed, send their letters in that we were expecting today that have been committed, are done, they'll consider that a good success because they do have some big names out there, Corey Foreman, Tristan Lee, guys like that, but they're not going to do it on December 18th. The name to watch will be Mason Smith, and obviously I think that what he does with his decision that day will make the early signing period a boom or bust for LSU.
You brought up Tristan Lee, and he's a 5-star offensive tackle out of Fairfax, Virginia, that LSU seems to be sitting in a great spot alongside of Oklahoma and Ohio State. But offensive line is an area of concern when you look at LSU both presently and in this recruiting class. In the class of 21 out of the 22 commitments, only 1 is on the offensive line, 4-star offensive tackle Garrett Dellinger from Michigan. How do you anticipate they finish up, and who are some of the targets on the board that they're going after?
Yeah, I mean, he's the biggest, and it is, right? I mean, you typically would think offensive line, you have 5 of them. You want to build depth. They get hurt a little bit more than everybody else. You can't just have 1. And they signed 3 a year ago out of the high school ranks and then had to double back around to get Liam Shanahan as a graduate transfer who ends up being, a plug-and-play, a starter, because they were already facing, some depth issues with guys going pro and really just getting older and getting out of the program. But now you look at this class, you've only got 1 guy committed, and there's no way you can fill up your class to 25 and only have 1 offensive lineman. And I know that there'll be some help to be had, right, Jordy, of that this year doesn't count towards eligibility. So in theory, all 5 of your starting offensive linemen from this year could be back next year. But that's also extremely wishful thinking to think that all of them would be, but also, a little bit wishful thinking in the sense that you're getting away with just kind of plug and playing again and not necessarily building that depth. I'd watch for FSU's got one commitment. His name's Kimo Makaniole, but he's an interior guy. They like him. You saw that. That was smooth, but I had to think about it for a second.
That's good.
So I didn't know if I was going to get a nickname or what, but I went for it. But look, there is an interior lineman out there they want, and he's committed to FSU, but he's interested in LSU. I could see him holding out of December and doing something in February and then getting another lineman there, but they have to get Tristan Lee. You have to, and he's also the type of left tackle that you don't normally have. He's the Lael Collins type that is a 5-star, is a top few offensive tackle in the country, and can give you time right away early. So if they don't get Tristan Lee, and I think, Jordy, even if they do get Tristan Lee, you've got to find a way to hold a couple of these spots. And I don't love every year plug and play an offensive lineman out of the portal, but you need to almost if you feel like that's a real issue for you, and you're a few weeks from signing day, I'll only have one guy committed. So I won't be surprised if we see another, Liam Shanahan type. It's not going to be from Harvard, but from another school in the spring when we get a grip on the wild, wild west of the offseason and what guys enter the portal and are looking for a fresh start.
One on the class, real quick, 4-star defensive end Keanu Coate, who has seen a big jump in his senior season, and he's out of Vero Beach, Florida, which is right in the backyard of all of them, right? Florida, Florida State, Miami. What are you hearing on his status as far as LSU since he's been committed since early July? Where is LSU, and is he an early signee?
Yeah, he's going to be an early signee, which is awesome news for LSU. This is your B.J. Ojulari. This is your guy who's going to come in, be the real deal from day one, give you minutes give you reps or snaps as a freshman, as a true freshman next year. And he can stand up, but boy, him playing D-end, he'll put on a little bit weight. He'll be the Ojulari type. And everybody wanted him. Bama wanted him badly. And his film as a junior was good, but his senior stuff's been even better. And he soared up the rankings, as you said. I'll give you another two quickly. Savion Jones out of St. James had a great senior year. They have two really good DNs in those guys coming into this class. Then you got Mason Smith and Corey Foreman out there. O-line, makes you nervous, doesn't it, Jordy? But boy, O's stacking his trenches up on the other side in a big way if he can close strong here.
Shay, we appreciate it. What's coming up after the game on Go 247?
Charlie, you always ask me that, and this year I've always promised winning coverage, and I've only hit about 50-50 there. So I'm going to give it to you again. We'll let everybody celebrate. It'll be a big win. They'll cover a 15-point and growing spread. That's what we'll be doing. And if not, we'll be talking about what went wrong and how do you fix it ahead of facing the most disciplined team and talented team in the country.
Very good, Shay. Have a good rest of the weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Sounds good. Thanks for having me on.
Later, Shady.
We'll give you an update on LSU hoops. They are now underway in St. Louis when we come back. Presented by your local Super Chevy dealers. It's Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours. That's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front-to-Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA-certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front-to-Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front-to-Back Boat Services.
You may not know about the 4Kids Foundation, but you've probably heard of the Zurich Classic. And the Zurich Classic exists because of 4 kids. But it's what happens after the tournament that really counts. 100% of the proceeds are donated by the 4Kids Foundation to hundreds of local charities, totaling more than $40 million, all to help local children and families in need. 4Kids helps kids through golf, because every child deserves a shot at a brighter future.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals. But many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
Are you a licensed contractor?
Eagle 98.1.
Brandon Hawley here. Wood windows with a lifetime guarantee? ReliefWindows.com.
Eagle 98.1. WTGL and HD1 Baton Rouge.
And we welcome you back. Eagle 98.1 Game Day presented by your local Super Chevy dealers. You know, and we take a little bit of a break just for a couple of minutes here to talk about basketball.
Yeah.
It's Eagle 98.1 Game Day. We didn't just say football game day. It's basketball game day. LSU was supposed to be over the holiday weekend in Lincoln, Nebraska. That tournament kind of fell apart on them. But, Jordy, the game that they really wanted out of that tournament was the game against St. Louis. St. Louis is a preseason top 35 team. They return a lot from last year. Travis Ford is a name certainly that we know. Their coach, who played at Kentucky, was a coach at Oklahoma State for a while. So this was the game that Will Wade really wanted. So when the tournament in Lincoln fell apart, he went to work trying to figure out how they could play St. Louis. And how they could play St. Louis was to go to St. Louis.
Absolutely.
Picked up another game against Southern Illinois, Edwardsville. And then this is the game they wanted to play. So they're underway here to the first TV timeout, and the score is
11-6.
LSU.
11-6 with 14:01 left in the first half. LSU has come out. Trendon Watford just bullied their small forward into a one-on-one into the paint for a little turnaround hook for the first media timeout. And we sit 11-6. And you're right, Charlie. This is the game that they wanted to match up. And Will Wade is a master at this, right? In creating these matchups that can create these quadrant wins for him that means something to the NCAA selection committee. This St. Louis game will be one that committee looks back on, and to see the way that they've started here in St. Louis on the Billikens floor, up 11-6 is nice, especially after the roller coaster ride that we were on and watching this team play the other night.
I absolutely love the way he schedules because he does get these games. Now, this year's schedule, there's a game against VCU, good Lord willing, that they'll play.
Right.
The rest of it they had to put together with what was available. Really, the college. If you think the college football schedule has been difficult to navigate, this college basketball schedule with the contact tracing, with the time of year that we're going into, and the fact that the sports played inside, you're going to have a lot of real problems getting games scheduled. So doing what they can, basically.
They gave Trendon a technical for the chirping after the score, so St. Louis is going to shoot their 2 technical fouls and get the possession here with 14:01 left in the first half. But yes, you were right. Navigating and trying to create a schedule for a college basketball coach was nearly impossible. And then when you look at 150 games canceled or delayed, postponed on opening weekend.
Yeah, we're not even in December yet.
I mean, Charlie,
yeah.
It's scary to think about what it could be, what it could look like. But one thing I am pretty secure in is that they will play the tournament because they have to, right? Just because of the financial, of what it means financially to the stability of the sport.
I don't know where they'll play it. I don't know when they'll play it. They may play it in May in Indianapolis, and I'm not joking.
No, I agree.
Because last year, the pandemic hit the shutdown hit literally as we were opening conference tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't know what was going to happen. We had very little knowledge of the far-reaching impacts of the virus at that time. And so trying to reschedule the NCAA basketball tournament at a later date just it wasn't something that was feasible at the time. But by the time you got to May, when school was ending, we were barely in phase one. This year, if they can't play that tournament in March, I absolutely believe that they will go as deep as they can into the school year to try and get that done. And if that means playing a tournament in May in, like I said, Indianapolis or Orlando or wherever, then they will do that. The NCAA's biggest moneymaker by far, I mean, 10-1, no, not even close, is the NCAA basketball tournament. They do not rake the revenue from the bowls. It's the basketball tournament. The basketball tournament television revenue. The ticket revenue is nice. The television revenue is what drives it. How many schools lost money last year when there was no NCAA tournament? The answer to that is all of them.
Yeah.
All of them. I mean, they lost various amounts, but every single school lost money on that.
Including the organization of the NCAA, and they are not going to do that back-to-back years. I think they looked at the success of what the NBA did in the bubble where they didn't have any positive tests during that time period, and they thought to themselves, there's our way out. Yeah. There's what we'll have to do. That will be plan Z. If it has to happen, we will bubble these teams up and put them in a scenario where they can't break out of it and stay healthy so that they can play their games, clear their advertising spots, and make their money.
How you feel about an Elite Eight game at Uipui?
Gordy, I'm in. Send me.
Could have it. Indiana, because Indianapolis is where the NCAA is headquartered. That's been the first rumored location. So you start looking for locations in and around Indianapolis where you can play. Indiana University, Purdue University, Indianapolis. No. That's the name of the Butler too, of course. But Indianapolis, Indiana University, Purdue University at Indianapolis is called Uipui. So you might end up with an elite game there. How did you feel about the opening game? Got out to a 26-4 lead. Edwardsville reeled them back in. They pulled away late.
Team's going to roll out of bed and score 85. Talking about LSU, I mean, just offensively, they are super gifted. When you look at Trendon Watford, when Trendon Watford's dishing out 9 assists, that's a good number on the stat line. But yes, defensively, after an offseason of hearing of new defensive looks, we had him on Friday morning after the Thursday night tip, and he talked about that he only showed one defense on Thursday night. I hope that was the fact because a lot of what you saw last year in Edwardsville getting going with some long-range shooting that got him right back into the game. I thought most impressive about that in night one, I mean, that was game one, was that the fact that Cam Thomas, every time they would hit a big shot, he'd come right back down and not even think about it, unconsciously just hit one and splash it through the net, not even hitting the rim. I mean, he's super big time when you talk about a first-year player. A lot of highs. I think the defense has got to improve. But, look, if you don't improve on defense today, you can get embarrassed as they're up 1 with 11:38 remaining in the first 11-10, and it looks like their defense, especially from an effort and energy standpoint, has improved over the last 3 days.
All right, we'll keep you up to date with what's going on in that game as we go along here today. May even have a final for you by the time we finish up. Mike Detillier is with us next. We'll break down the Aggies. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an auctioneer care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioneer Baton Rouge, innovating healthcare for Kelly.
If I built a van, it would do more than haul.
It would carry my entire business. I'd make it available in dozens. Make that thousands of configurations.
It would keep an eye on my fleet.
And an eye out for danger.
If I built a van, I'd make it available in diesel and gas. And I'd build it right here in South Carolina.
Introducing the all-new Sprinter, starting at $33,790. Built in the USA. Mercedes-Benz. Vans. Born to run.
When morning came to Louisiana, we were hopeful, not hibernating. We were mending fences, feeding neighbors, and holding our kids. When morning came to Louisiana, we were wide awake, planting seeds for next year's crops. We were stronger, ready for what's next. And together, as we build anew, Blue Cross stands ready to support you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers, offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact ServiceMaster Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. ServiceMaster Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care, it's more advanced care. This is innovating healthcare at Louisiana's #1 hospital, Ochsner.
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Recruiting with Shea Dixon of 247 Sports. Presented by GMFS Mortgage. GMFS Mortgage. Changing lives.
All right, sometimes the computer has a mind of its own, but that's okay. We know it's NFL analyst Mike Detillier with us in this segment, and we're going to do the scouting report. Mike, good afternoon.
I'm doing good, Charlie. I'm fine, thank you.
Well, you know what? Shea's considerably younger, so we know we got you for this segment.
I got a few more lines of experience.
I understand. All right, Mike, let's take a look at the Texas A&M Aggies.
Charlie, you and I have done this a long time, and I don't ever recall a team ranked this high and yet having so few junior, senior prospects for the draft. It's an unusual situation. I'm not saying it didn't happen one time, but I can't recall it another time where you have, let's say, a top 5 or 6 team, and they don't have a top 50 ranked player. For 2021. Now I'm talking about that. Now in future years, yeah, they got them. But for 2021, they don't. So I'll start it off real quick with number 11, Kellen Mond. Man, he looks like he's like a 13-year veteran with Texas A&M. He's been there so long. Very athletic quarterback, has really good movement skills, can get away from the rush, is used as a runner. As a passer, he's been a little erratic. And he'll get hot and cold during the game. Starts out hot, you got problems, because that's when normally he puts up the big numbers. When he starts out sort of slowly, you sort of see the ebb and flow with him. A guy who's been a really good leader for that football team, got a thick hide. That's all I can tell you. You play for Jimbo, man, he'd jump you for anything. So I do know one thing. Kellen is, he's mentally a tough guy. I'd look at him as a middle-round pick, to be honest with you. He's not a guy that I think will be a top 100 guy, again, because of a little bit of some erratic nature in his passing. But he's what the NFL would want in the fact that he can move around the pocket. He throws the deep ball well. Where I would like to see more consistency with him, it is in the short intermediate part of the game. That's where he's high and low. And sometimes he puts up a couple throws. You say, whoa, what was that about? But he's a guy that'll play at the NFL level and probably be, I would think, 4th, 5th round pick in the 2021 draft. Running backs are all young guys, man, but I'm a big fan of number 28, Isaiah Spiller. Here's a guy who was 6'1", 225, got great speed, can make you miss. He's part of a rotation. That's something Jimbo has always talked about. just a sophomore, but he is talented at number 28. So he's a guy that LSU knows they got to stop the running game. Jimbo wants to run the football. They lost a couple guys early who opted out. So they're playing with a lot of young receivers who are either freshmen or sophomores. If it's Chase Lane, number 2, or Muhammad, number 7, Jalen Preston, number 5. Hezekiah Jones is a really talented guy. He's got the most experience of all of them, a junior. He's a 5'11", 180-pound receiver, really good route runner. He's got some step, once he can get away from you and get out into the open field. And they use their tight ends a lot. So today, number 85, Jalen Weidmeyer, he's a guy to watch. They're going to try to get it to him. He's a big man. 6'5", 265. So he's a big guy coming across the middle. But a really young receiving core, basically mostly freshmen or sophomores. And it's an interesting group because that's where Jimbo has put a lot of time and effort into recruiting of those guys that can really stretch the field. Up front, offensive line is really good. I mean, they have played extremely well, and yet, of the 4 seniors they have, I think at best, the one guy that may get picked, I say 4th, 5th round, and that would be the highest, would be number 73, Jared Hocker at right guard. A big 6'5", 330-pound guy, pounder, physical football player who does much better as a run blocker. He's much improved as a pass protector, but you can see his game is as a run blocker. Their right tackle, Carson Green, 6'6", 320. Again, much better as a run blocker. His pass protection skills have gotten better, but he's a little sort of slow of foot. Their center, Ryan McCullum, a 6'5", 310-pound center. He's a big man in the middle, and he protects the inside, really sharp football player. I really like him, even though he'd probably be a later-round pick. But, man, he can play, and he can play at the next level. And then their left tackle, Dan Moore, number 65, 6'6", 315. All seniors. But only one, I think, will go in the top 4 rounds of the draft. Charlie, when you have a unit that good, normally you got first, second-round pick guys in there. They don't. But that unit has gelled so well up front. It's been the catalyst of their offense. They've been able to get their running game going, done a really good job protecting Mon also. But he gets the ball out quick. It's something Jimbo has preached about. Get the ball out fast. Don't just sit there because that pressure's coming from different areas. On defense, this is the spot where probably they've tried to get much better in the recruiting area. They have not hit, say, pay dirt. The one guy that I think could possibly be a top 100 pick, and that would be number 5, Bobby Brown III, a 6'4", 330-pound defensive tackle. Highly recruited football player, a big man in the middle who can stop the run. Athletically, he can run the field pretty well in the box. Now, the longer it goes, the less effective he is. But, man, he's talented. I'd like to get a little weight off of him. But, man, he's a really good interior player. Out on the edge, Michael Clemens, I think, will be a rotation guy in the NFL. You like his size, and he's 6'5", 265. Again, a guy that has sort of been knocked out of the water a little bit if he's up against a real physical tackle. Well, that won't happen today. So it's plays to his strength and his ability to get off the line of scrimmage and get, some pressure off the edge. Buddy Johnson in the middle, a big plugger. Man, he's 6'1", 245. Inside the guards is his game. He's a really good open field tackler, but he knows how to get away and step in and out of big-time traffic and get into the play. He's not super effective in the coverage part of the game. We've seen teams sort of exploit him in that area, even though he's really worked at it. I mean, he's a guy that's big-time worker and a leader on the defensive side of the football, but his strength is really stopping the run. And then there's a bunch of young kids in the secondary, either sophomores, juniors, or true freshmen. Charlie, we've done this a long time. And I can't ever remember a team like this ranked this high and yet does not have normally what you would see. And that is a ton of guys for the upcoming draft. Normally, if you ranked in the top 5 or 6, come on, you got 3, 4, 5 guys in that area. They maybe have one, and that's Bobby Brown III.
Mike,
just one.
Mike, I'm looking at the recruiting rankings. So this is Jimbo's he's responsible for 3 classes at this point. The first one, the 18 class, was ranked 17th in the country. So that would be your early entries. There's nobody that really fits into that category. The last 2 years, he was 4th and 6th in the nation. To me, that's got to be where the bulk of the talent is. Even if they're not draft eligible yet, but am I right? Where
absolutely,
yeah.
And that's why you brought him there. Okay. His offense looks very similar to the offense I saw at Florida State. He hasn't done a lot of major changes. I mean, he runs the same sort of offense. But his been ability to recruit. Now, here's always been the question mark about Jimbo, to develop those players. Now, he's got them now. How fast can he develop them? They played really well this year, other than one game. And, beating Florida is a big feather in his cap. But you're right. The bulk of what he's done is what I just talked about, that the talent on this team are freshmen and sophomores. And the guys he inherited, so to speak, he's not been able to develop those guys into being, say, top prospects. Now, before then, A&M was a top 20 team in recruiting almost every year, I would think, when you look at it. I mean, so it's not like they were in the 30s and 40s. They just have not been able to wield that particular part of the game. But it's crucial for him for future years that what he's done, he's laid some cement here. And it's starting to harden with those young sophomore and freshman players and playing in these big games. And it's real interesting because, again, normally you would think the run would be 2021, right? When those freshmen would be sophomores. The sophomores would be juniors. And yet we're seeing it, this year. They make it a run. Now, they'll have to get a little bit of help, and they can't fall asleep at the wheel in a game like today or any other game down the road. I just wonder 3 weeks off for a young football team. Now, that, to me, is the big question mark. I know in doing a lot of shows in the Texas area, that also was brought up. And it's continuously kind of being brought up to Jimbo, and you can see it irritates him a little bit, that he doesn't want to talk about it, what that 3-week layoff means to his football team. So we're fixing to find out a little bit about A&M and how well they respond. They got the stew kicked out of them last year against LSU. They have not had much success against the Tigers, I'll be honest. And no matter who's been the coach, the players, it doesn't matter. When Manziel was there, they had a lot of trouble with LSU. It's odd that one team has given you this much trouble since you've entered the SEC. Now, you can understand Alabama, but LSU has really been a thorn in their side. And now, because of certainly the vortex of the tornado, of what happened that Jimbo goes to A&M and Ed ends up at LSU, certainly, and what happened in the 7 overtimes makes this rivalry something special to watch. So, and it's an interesting football game for a young Tiger football team, and looking into the mirror of another young football team, but they've had success. LSU has been erratic.
Mike, as always, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, Charlie. Appreciate
All right.
it, bud.
Enjoy the football weekend. Under 5 to go in the first half. St. Louis leads LSU 27-23. Again, they just went under the 5-minute mark in half number 1. 2:30 games getting ready to kick. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
You may not know about the 4Kids Foundation, but you've probably heard of the Zurich Classic. And the Zurich Classic exists because of 4 kids. But it's what happens after the tournament that really counts. 100% of the proceeds are donated by the 4Kids Foundation to hundreds of local charities, totaling more than $40 million, all to help local children and families in need. 4 Kids helps kids through golf because every child deserves a shot at a brighter future.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers, offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an auctioneer care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioneer Baton Rouge, innovating healthcare for Kelly.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals. But many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
Eagle 98.1. The Luba Workers Comp College Football Scoreboard. Luba Workers Comp. Genuine dependability.
And we start with games in progress. Who's got the most wild games in the last decade? Big 12 or the MAC? It's a pretty close race. Here's another one out of the Big 12. Minute and a half to go. Number 23, Oklahoma State leads Texas Tech 50-44. You mentioned Desmond Jackson earlier. Chuba Hubbard out of this game. All Jackson's done is run for 210 yards and 3 touchdowns. Oklahoma State trying to hang on against the charging Red Raiders. Late in the fourth quarter, Buffalo leads Kent State 63-41. How's that guy Jared Patterson doing?
Jared Patterson on the day, 36 carries, 409 yards, and 8 touchdowns.
Give me the record book. 8. This is 8 rushing touchdowns.
Yes. I mean,
well, we should
gotta be a record.
You would think.
Gotta
be. 409 yards is also that's a record, right?
36
carries.
carries.
It was 300. It was the Wisconsin guy.
Ron Dane?
No. One of the other ones, I think, like 380 or 375 yards. This has got to be
Jonathan Taylor.
Maybe. It's fairly recent. It doesn't go back as far as Dane. 409 yards and 8 touchdowns has got to be a record on both sides. We'll check for you. We can do that.
11.5 yards per carry for Patterson on the day.
That's good. So 50-44 in the Big 12, 63-41 in the MAC. These are football scores. I know basketball scores. These are football scores. Ball State leads Toledo 27-24 with about 2.5 minutes to go. East Carolina over SMU 52-38. Now SMU's put on a charge in the second half. They've outscored East Carolina 31-7, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to come up short here. They were down 45-7 at the half. North Carolina State leading Syracuse 36-29 with 2 minutes to go. The Orange have the ball in NC State territory at the 37. They are looking at a 4th down and short. Miami of Ohio leads Akron 31-0. The game is just kicking off in the fourth quarter. Game's underway about 30 minutes ago. Number 20 Coastal Carolina leads Texas State 14-7. UL Lafayette leads UL Monroe 14-0.
Baton Rouge's own Levi Lewis, quarterback for the Cajuns, has thrown for a touchdown here early on in the first quarter as the Cajuns are up 14-0.
Texas San Antonio leads North Texas 7-0, and Arkansas State leads South Alabama 7-0. Both of those games are late in the first quarter. Troy and App State are kicking off now. Earlier finals, number 6 Florida beat Kentucky 34-10. Kyle Trask with 3 touchdown passes, all of them to Kyle Pitts, and a little trickeration on the punt for Kadarius Toney.
Yeah, Toney with a big first-half score just before halftime that really started to tilt the momentum in the Gators' favor. Second half, it was all Florida. As Charlie mentioned, the big tight end Kyle Pitts back in action today. 5 catches, 99 yards, 3 of them going for touchdowns. Kyle Trask, 3 scores, all going to his big tight end who has missed the past couple of weeks.
Indiana beat Maryland 27-11. Potentially big story in this game is Michael Penix. He had a really rough day throwing the football, 6 of 19. But the story is on a run down into the red zone. In fact, inside the 10-yard line, it appears that he couldn't put any weight on his leg as they helped him off the field. Maybe Achilles, I won't speculate too much. But Indiana is in great shape to be in the Big Ten championship game. They could easily get there. There's a lot of things going on with Ohio State and the number of games that they're played, but Penix had what looked like a pretty nasty injury.
Hoosiers now 5-1 on the season. Penix goes out after completing 6 passes, only 19 attempts. He was 6 of 19 for the day. Jack Tuttle comes in, his replacement. Tuttle 5 of 5 on the afternoon, just 31 yards as he replaced Penix Jr. Yes, but this is going to be a big storyline to watch with Indiana as they were off to a fast start under Coach Allen this season. And they get a costly injury this afternoon with Penix.
Penn State gets their first win of the season. They beat Michigan 27-17.
Wow.
They're 1-5. Michigan is 2-4. 2 most disappointing teams in the country. I mean, you'd be hard pressed to find anybody that's any worse.
Gotta be. I mean, especially when you talk about Penn State was a top 5 preseason team coming in. Today is their first win of the season to go 1-5. But how bad is it in Ann Arbor? Charlie, I asked you in the break if you think they move on Harbaugh. I know there's a lot of contractual stuff that they've got to sort through to get him out and moving, but it seems like this thing is rolling downhill in the wrong direction.
You know, if there was an NFL job that made sense, you might see a mutual parting of the ways. I don't think they want to fire him outright. I don't think he wants to just quit on him without, having something else waiting in the wings. So if a job came up, I don't know, the Jets, and he had a chance to go and coach Trevor Lawrence, and the Jets want Trevor Lawrence to not, hold their feet to the fire for a trade, and they say, listen, this is Jim Harbaugh. He worked with Andrew Luck. He did some great things with Colin Kaepernick out in San Francisco, got them to the Super Bowl. Would you want to come play for that guy? And maybe it works for all of them. Maybe it gets Michigan out of a contract bind. Harbaugh saves a little face. The Jets get Lawrence without a tussle. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Western Michigan beat Northern Illinois 30-27. It was Ohio over Bowling Green 52-10. That East Carolina SMU game is now going final at 52-38. Georgia State beat Georgia Southern 30-24. And Missouri shut out Vanderbilt 41-0. But Sarah Fuller did get in the game. Now Vanderbilt didn't score.
Didn't even get close.
Right. There was no opportunity for her to take a kick. But she did get the kickoff.
She kicks off the second half start to the game today, and she kicks it down to about the 30-yard line of Missouri, and that's where the Tigers had started that drive. But once she had put toe to leather there, she had made history in the Southeastern Conference as Sarah Fuller becomes the first female to compete in an SEC football game.
A Power 5. Any Power 5, yeah. All right, so the Iron Bowl is underway. Auburn didn't do anything with their first possession.
3 and out on their first possession. Baton Rouge's own Christopher Allen with a big sack on third down forces Auburn off the field.
Clemson and Pitt are underway. Clemson didn't do anything with their first drive, but Pitt throws an interception deep in their own territory. So Clemson going to be set up just outside of the red zone, inside the red zone at 2.5 minutes in. Egg Bowl kicking off at 3 o'clock, as are Rutgers and Purdue, Louisville and Boston College. 4 o'clock kick for San Diego State and Colorado. 6 o'clock kick for Memphis and Navy, Duke and Georgia Tech, Kansas State and Baylor. 6:30 kickoff for Georgia, South Carolina, Utah, Washington. 7 o'clock kickoff for Arizona and UCLA, TCU and Kansas, and the late game is Nevada and Hawaii. That game will be at 10 o'clock our time, and 18 games postponed or canceled today because of COVID-19. And that is your college football scoreboard. What would look like in hoops?
34-26 trailing LSU is with 2:24 left in the first half.
That is against St. Louis. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll hear from Billy Lucci from TexAgs.com. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
During times of trouble, hope keeps us calm, and courage keeps us strong. Here in Louisiana, we know this better than most. After all, we've faced hardship, but hurricanes and floods never washed away what makes us strong. It's our culture, the spirit of resilience that says rise and rise up again. We'll make it through the tough times, we always do. And Blue Cross will always be here to support you.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact ServiceMaster Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. ServiceMaster Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers, offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care, it's more advanced care. This is innovating healthcare at Louisiana's #1 hospital, Auctioner.
If I built a van, it would do more than haul.
It would carry my entire business. I'd make it available in dozens, if not thousands of configurations.
It would keep an eye on my fleet.
And an eye out for danger. If I built a van, I'd make it available in diesel and gas. And I'd build it right here in South Carolina.
Introducing the all-new Sprinter, starting at $33,790. Built in the USA. Mercedes-Benz. Vans. Born to run.
To all of our heroes working on the front line.
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Opposing Media. Presented by Louisiana Land Bank. They're the experts in rural land and equipment lending.
And this week's segment, Matt Moscona caught up with Billy Lucci from TexAgs.com.
Let's head over to College Station. Our buddy Billy Lucci from TexAgs.com. Good enough to join us to preview the matchup. Billy, how are you, man? Belated Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, Matt. Good to talk to you, brother.
As always, man. We appreciate you for making time on this this Black Friday. Hey, the vibe here is not very good, man. It's decidedly different from a year ago where LSU really knew they were going into that game with a loaded gun. What's the feeling like today in College Station about this ball game?
You know, I was talking about that this morning a lot on the radio show, and have written about it. You know, last year, LSU and their fans and their quarterback and everybody knew they were going to win that game. And it was feeling like a name your score type of thing. And if there was any pushback out of College Station, it was, well, LSU will win, but it might not be a name your score. It ended up being a name your score. I don't think it's the same from A&M in terms of I do think there's a little we owe these guys type of thing, but I don't think it's the same revenge, payback type thing that LSU had, because that's just not the way this team has really kind of operated. With Burrow, it was the team that, they seem to really embrace that, say what they feel, don't be scared of it. That was kind of what they thrived on, whereas this team has really thrived on taking it week to week and going out there and just executing and playing what before the break was better and better football each week. They were getting better and better, and I think the vibe is, that A&M is going into this one as the better football team. If you look at both teams' first 6 games, I don't think there's any question that A&M's been better so far.
Yeah.
But I do sense, Matt, that, people understand. Look, you look at the history between A&M and LSU, and they understand the talent that LSU's got, not just on defense, but on both sides of the ball. And I think most fans are expecting a good game, and maybe there's a level of confidence that hasn't been there in seasons past in College Station. But I've talked to very few people that are sitting there chalking up a victory.
You mentioned that LSU's got talent, and they do, and that's something I've harped on a lot, but they've not played anything like it all year. No one is realistically expecting this, amazing about face in 1 week. What I'm interested with A&M is when you go back to the Bama game and then what's happened since. What's been the biggest difference in this team from that loss to this winning streak where they've been playing as well really as anybody in the country?
I think, honestly, and this is a little bit cliche, but I really think it just they started to believe. Like, they just slogged through that Vandy game, and, they just weren't good enough the year before to beat top 5 teams, and they went 0-5 against teams in the top 6 or whatever, and kind of, you ran the risk of that beating them down a little bit. I think 2 things, Matt. Number one, it was a confidence thing, and even against Bama, they gained 400 and something yards and moved the ball. And I think they realized, we really screwed up a lot there right before halftime, or that would have been a lot different game. It was just, I think it's almost like, Matt, that offense, the lid had to come off of that thing. The top had to come off of that thing. And if there's a turning point for this football team, it's when they went behind 28-17 to Florida, and Kyle Trask and the Gators were going up and down the field. And in the third quarter, they go behind 28-17, and they get the ball and they run. I think it was 9 out of 10 plays or 8 out of 9 plays, went straight downfield, scored a touchdown, and cut it to 28-24. And then that 4th down run by Isaiah Spiller where he ran over the Florida linebacker and into the end zone. They just changed their whole, I don't want to use swagger because it's more of a hard hat mentality, but it just changed kind of. They started to really impose their will on opponents after that, and that's something we haven't seen from A&M since they've been in the SEC. And it certainly, I thought that second half against Florida, and not because they won, but the manner in which they won, that was a turning point. I think so much of it, Matt, is what was going on between the ears.
Billy Lucci's on Twitter at Billy Lucci, TexAgs.com. You need A&M news. That's where you go to get it. I think everyone's looking at this game and readily understanding the LSU offensive. They've scored and they put up yards. They just can't stop anybody. So offensively, is this a game where we're expecting Kellen Mond to put the ball in the air, or is this going to be load up behind that offensive line with Spiller and just try to run, shorten the game, run the ball, et cetera there for the A&M offense?
I think we're on the ball because of the weather. I think had it not, it weren't going to be raining like this, and you'll still, obviously, both teams are still going to throw the football. And here's the thing. I see LSU, a lot of things they're getting torched on, big plays down the field stuff. And that hasn't really been A&M's offensive MO so far this season. It's been run the ball, play action, work the intermediate middle of the field. And they've done a great job of that. But I think if the Aggies are to win a game convincingly, and this isn't going to be the close game that for some reason I'm expecting, to be honest with you. And I do think, if I'm picking the game, I'm picking the Aggies, but I'm not picking them to cover. But if they did do that, I think it would start with them kind of, as the game goes on, imposing their will in the running game. I'll be interested to see if they try to get Kellen going at all in the running game, because They really haven't had to do that. They kind of pick their spots and stuff. But I've been saying all year, Matt, there'll be one game here down the stretch where they'll let 11 kind of stretch his legs out a little bit because, gosh, it bears so much when Spiller gets going and Devon Achane and those guys get going. Where if you just kind of watch and you go, gosh, if he would just pull it once or twice, no telling what could happen.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Why?
I think it starts with the run game now.
Why are you thinking this game's going to be close, Billy?
You know what? I just the layoff. I think maybe more than anything. Honestly, Matt, I'm not trying to play the.
No, I get it.
How much I respect how good LSU is, and I've always thought they're really good, not great. I think A&M fans make them out to be more than they are, and then last year they were more than any team ever has been.
Yeah.
But outside of that, LSU, since A&M joined the SEC, loses at least 3 games a year, pretty much every year. Now it's usually right around 3, and I've watched them, and I haven't been impressed this season. But I think it's just that you're impressed with the individuals. You watch those guys and you watch some of the catches they make, and you watch Gilbert, you watch Marshall, and you watch Finley. And it just kind of feels like they're playing, I'd say, better football, but not really, because I wasn't very impressed with the whole Arkansas thing last week.
That was an ugly game, man.
Yeah, it was. That reminded me of one of the A&M Arkansas games. And so LSU's struggling, and I get it. I thought people were way high on them. I've never seen a team lose more in one offseason since I've been covering college football. Never have seen it. But here, I think the layoff, I guess, it concerns me because I've watched a lot of teams kind of start slow coming out of that layoff, and A&M hasn't played a game in 21 days, and they were peaking, man. Like if they would have gone to Knoxville the weekend after South Carolina, I think they would have beaten Tennessee so badly it would have been. I mean, it would have been one of the worst losses the Vols have had at home. I mean, that's how good the Aggies were playing. I don't know if they can just flip the switch and go out there. I think the whole key to this game will be LSU's D-line, which I do think those dudes can play. I think it's them against the Aggie offensive line. Because LSU will challenge them differently. They'll try to play straight through them. They'll play them straight up the middle. No games, they're not trying to twist and stunt. They just line up and go right at you. And I think the last team that tried that with them has been Bama. So it'll be a little bit of a different test. And I think the yards on the ground will be harder to come by. But I do think A&M will get it done.
Two more things. One, what's the crowd going to be like?
It'll be interesting because school's out. I did hear that the student ticket poll was pretty impressive and pleasantly surprising because school's done now. In this COVID year, that everybody's home now, they're done. But it's kind of like New Orleans to Baton Rouge. It's an hour from Houston, an hour and a half from Austin. So I've heard the students will be there. I think it'll be a good crowd. We'll see what the weather does to it, but it's not the crowd that Dan Mullen and Sam Pittman and company will make it sound like. It's funny how people were doing that, but no one was saying that about Notre Dame, and we saw how many of them stormed the field. But
right.
I think it'll be it's been a really good crowd. It's been a loud crowd, and I'll say this. They somehow magically find their way to the right place to be loud and to affect the game. So that part I will say is accurate. But I mean, when you're in that stadium and you look around it, you realize how cavernous and empty so many of those areas are in the stadium, particularly those 2 end zones. I don't think they're packing in 40,000, 50,000 people like those buffoons have said. But I do think, they've impacted games, and they do, like I said, they will gravitate and find their way en masse behind that LSU bench during the game. That's for sure.
Last thing, special teams. LSU's been really good there. It's probably why they beat Arkansas. How about A&M? How are they on special teams this year?
They've been pretty non-existent in the return game. Coverage units have been good. I think the best thing about them, the punter has replaced, Groza, not the Groza. Is it Groza one? Yeah.
Ray Guy.
Ray Guy Award. Ray Guy Award winner. He replaced him and has done a really good job in his first year. And they've got consistent kicker in Seth Small, but really the kickoffs with Caden Davis, I don't think they've had a kickoff and not go out of the end zone. And I'm only slightly exaggerating. I don't know how many times this year they've had a kickoff even returned, and I think they're just content to boom it out of the end zone. So coverage has been good. Returns have, like I said, A&M hasn't broken anything big in the return game at all this year. So kind of quiet special teams, solid, not spectacular, I guess I'd call it. I'll tell you the most interesting stat, Matt, for this A&M team that really jumps out at me, and I think I mentioned it, to Jimbo, and he didn't even realize it. 16 out of their last 19 trips in the end zone have been touchdowns, starting with the Florida game. Into the red zone.
The red zone,
touchdowns. Yeah. And here's the thing: the 3 that weren't, field goal at the end of the half on 2nd and goal from the 2 against Florida, field goal to end the game against Florida when they were just running roughshod over them there down the stretch to get the field goal. It was like from inside the 20. And they kneeled the ball at the 1-yard line on 2nd and goal against Mississippi State at the end of the game. That's it. Those are the 3 of their last 19 trips in there. So that's been a real key to their success as well.
Billy Lucci, TexAgs.com. Hey, man, always great to chat. Enjoy the game tomorrow. Sad we won't be there, man, but I'm sure we'll see you soon. Maybe next year for media days.
We need to catch up soon. I need to make my way down there for sure and catch up with you and Woody and the rest of the crew.
We'll look forward to it, man. Belated happy Thanksgiving, man. We'll see you soon.
All right, Matt. Thanks, buddy.
Quality gutters professionally installed. GarciaDidMyRoof.com.
WDGL and HD1 Baton Rouge.
You may not know about the 4Kids Foundation, but you've probably heard of the Zurich Classic. And the Zurich Classic exists because of 4Kids. But it's what happens after the tournament that really counts. 100% of the proceeds are donated by the 4Kids Foundation to hundreds of local charities, totaling more than $40 million, all to help local children and families in need. 4Kids helps kids through golf, because every child deserves a shot at a brighter future.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an auctioneer care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioneer Baton Rouge, innovating healthcare for Kelly.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals. But many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
When morning came to Louisiana, we were hopeful, not hibernating. We were mending fences, feeding neighbors, and holding our kids. When morning came to Louisiana, we were wide awake, planting seeds for next year's crops. We were stronger, ready for what's next. And together, as we build anew, Blue Cross stands ready to support you.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a
Eagle 98.1.
Eagle 98.1 Game Day presented by your local Super Chevy dealers. Charles Hanagriff along with Jordy Culotta watching the Iron Bowl is underway. Alabama gets a long touchdown from Mac Jones to Devontae Smith. Looked like a little bit of a coverage bust in the middle of the Auburn secondary. A safety bit up on the pump fake and somewhere in the area, 60 yards or so. 7-0 Alabama, about 4 minutes or so to go in the first quarter. Clemson is just going up 16-0 on Pitt with the extra point to come, and the Egg Bowl is underway. Just kicked the ball off in Mississippi State with the ball to open the game between Ole Miss and Mississippi State. So listen to Coach O this week. You know, it's kind of hard to start, I think, talking about this game from either side, Jordy, without talking about Kellen Mond. This was Coach O on the senior quarterback.
Well, first of all, we have to stop the run. And we have to be able to pin our ears back and rush the passer. I think we have a very good four-man rush. We like third in the conference in sacks. They've only given up 2. We're third in the conference. Something's going to give. I like our rush against these guys, but you know what? He's a mobile quarterback. We have to attack him when he runs up the middle and get the ball away from him. We have to cause turnovers and win the turnover battle.
You could usually count on Kellen Mond to make a mistake in previous years, whether it was a turnover, an errant pass, an ill-advised sack where he held the ball too long. Jordan, he's cleaned all that up. He's completing 67% of his passes. He's got a 16-2 touchdown to interception ratio, and the 2 sacks is even with a rock-solid offensive line, is an amazing statistic. I mean, they've played Alabama and Florida now.
Sure.
I understand Florida's defense is
6
not
games.
Right. The 2 sacks is you have to be able to – you're getting the ball out Dan Marino quick at that point.
Well, and I think that's the difference. When you watch him play, he's playing with a confidence and a mentality that you've just not seen him play with the last couple of seasons. He's always looked shaky. He's always looked like he was a step away from making a mistake. Mm-hmm. His ball always stayed and fluttered in the air a half a second too long. Now that stuff's not happening. I mean, he's moving with a purpose. He steps up. His eyes are always down the field. He seems like he's confident, like we said earlier on. He can hurt you with his feet just as much as he can hurt you with his arm. The arm has been doing all the damage this year, over 1,400 yards, the 16 touchdowns, only 2 interceptions. But it's decision making, right? I mean, when we've seen good quarterback play here in Baton Rouge recently, and what separates it is the ability to make good decisions, make the right decisions, and then throw accurate footballs. And it seems like Kellen Mond has bought into that theory, and he's really playing that up under Jimbo Fisher here in the second season under Fisher.
It was a good week for T.J. Finley, though, as well. And this was, I thought, a real step forward for him. Man, you got to think about that Auburn game for 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. I think for a freshman, that's a big deal. He turned the ball over 3 times there. They took him out of the game. But, Jordy, during that 3-week period, Miles Brennan's not practicing, and for a good portion of that, Max Johnson was quarantined. T.J. Finley got all the work. He got all of the attention in the meetings. He got all of the reps in practice, and I thought he was able to take advantage of it. This was Coach O on Finley on this week's Tuesday off the bench.
Hey, he did very well. Think about this. We had 23 third downs. I've never been in a game where we had 23 third downs. That's ball control. That's manageable downs because we could run the football. Finally, on first and second down, a short, easy throw. I think that TJ, made some mistakes. He threw some balls in the dirt. It got wet on him a little bit. But the thing I was most impressed with is that he hung in there. And let's face it, that last touchdown he threw, nobody was open. He just stayed there. He was patient. And then Jeray Jenkins, just like you do in the backyard, on a scramble drill, he was to the right. He ran to the left, got open, touchdown. So we've got to give them some credit. One thing about TJ, he's got leadership and he's got ice in his thing.
Wet ball. Gordy told us earlier it's going to rain most of this game. That's the forecast. Ground's already wet. It's cold. It's just nasty weather. Kind of like it was in Arkansas last week, except add a little bit colder weather to all of the wet.
6'6" frame, huge hands.
Yeah,
being able to grasp that football in the wet conditions today is going to be an advantage. Finley, I love how he plays. I really do. I mean, I'm not one that advocates that talking trash, but I thought it was a good sign last week on the first play for him to scramble, get up, and bark a little bit back to Arkansas to just kind of show his confidence. It was nothing over the top, nothing that could have got you penalized. It was just something to show his holding coming back, but it just shows how he plays the game. He plays with an air of he can forget the last play. He's on to the next play, no matter how bad or good the previous play was. I think you have to have that, especially in today's quarterback world, to be successful at a level like Division I college athletics in the Southeastern Conference. The experience is coming. The reps is what he's getting right now. But as far as the tangibles goes, the essentials, the size, the strength, the ability to throw the football, decision making to an extent, you'll see that continue to grow with experience. I love the way he approaches the game. I love the way he plays it with so much youth and so much inexperience.
Speaking of young players, there were a number of them that had to grow up in a hurry in this game, and Coach O talked about that.
Well, just like 3 years ago, we were building that championship team. Those guys became champions because they hung in there together. A lot of three-star players that developed, got better, continuity together. The quarterback was stable. It was Joe's second year. Just like this, we're going to have to build some continuity with our quarterback play. We got two good young quarterbacks. Miles is coming back. And we got some great receivers, like you said, T-Bob. We got to get the offensive line straightened up. I like the running of Ty Davis. Yeah. And I love the play of Eric Gilbert. The more we get him the ball, the better he's going to be.
So young players growing up, one of the things I really liked about last week's game was Jay Ward. Mm-hmm. Ward goes in the game when Ricks gets ejected, and Arkansas, Kendall Browse, smart coach, goes right at him. And the first play, they get a big gain. Second play, you get a pass interference, and Arkansas ends up scoring on the drive. Jay Ward could have had that in his head all day. But at the end of the game, when LSU needed a couple of plays, including one on special teams, there was Jay Ward making a key stop and then the block on the extra point on the field goal. And so you see a kid grow up right in front of you. In one game, you saw him go from making big mistakes in the second quarter to big plays in the fourth.
Yeah, LSU is in a huge bind when you talk about their outside cover guys on defense, and Stingley losing him to a concussion early on, and then you lose Ricks to the hit in the first half, and you're looking around saying who's going to step up, and Jay Ward, like he's done a couple of times here. I mean, he's only a sophomore, and he's got a couple of areas where he stepped in, whether it be on the road last season in Tuscaloosa against Alabama for the number one LSU team, or this season when you're down guys and you're looking for somebody to come in and give you some really good reps. He stepped in even early on against Mississippi State when he was playing, obviously hurt, in which Coach Ogeron came out and said at his following press conference that Monday that Ward was not supposed to go against Mississippi State. He gave him what he had, and he's continued to grow and become a better player. I think that Jay Ward is a shining light on his team and a season that you've seen black clouds. You've seen black clouds hanging over whether the program, the units on offense, defense. I think Ward has been kind of a light here early on or throughout the mid part of the season that you can look at and say, hey, there's a positive spot for LSU.
2 minutes into the second half, St. Louis leads LSU 41-34. We'll keep you updated on that game. When we come back, we'll hear from the players in this evening's contest between LSU and Texas A&M, presented by your local Super Chevy dealers. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
If I built a van, it would do more than haul.
It would carry my entire business. I'd make it available in dozens, make not thousands of configurations.
It would keep an eye on my fleet.
And an eye out for danger. If I built a van, I'd make it available in diesel and gas. And I'd build it right here in South Carolina.
Introducing the all-new Sprinter, starting at $33,790. Built in the USA. Mercedes-Benz. Vans. Born to run.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers, offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care, it's more advanced care. This is innovating healthcare at Louisiana's #1 hospital, Ochsner.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact ServiceMaster Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. ServiceMaster Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true.
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Talkin' Tigers. Talkin' Tigers. Presented by Ralph's Market. Ralph's Market, where quality and customer service are a family tradition. Talkin' Tigers. LSU linebacker Jabril Cox.
Yeah, the mindset for this game is to go 1-0 this week. We know every SEC game is going to be tough. You see the past 5 games that we played, 5 to 6 games that we played, it's been a battle. So we know these next 4, it's going to be a battle between Texas A&M, Ole Miss, Bama, and Florida. So we're just going to go in each week, trying to go 1-0 and try to compete.
LSU wide receiver Jared Jenkins.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Like you say, we got a lot of young guys. I think they ready. They practice hard. Well, we all practice hard, and they're going to be ready as long as they stick to the script that we have planned. I think everybody's going to be good, and we're going to get another victory.
LSU cornerback Jay Ward.
We have to prepare our film study. I know more teams like to try to pick us from our first game because we didn't handle it as well. But I said we're improving on it better, though, because we don't see it as much as we do now than we did at the beginning of the season. We can tell when it's coming, though, because, 2 wide receivers are tight, so somebody has to back up.
LSU offensive lineman Liam Shanahan.
They're a good group. Definitely watching film. Kind of starting looking at them yesterday. They're a good group. There's a reason why they've done as well as they have this year. They've done really well stopping the run. That's going to be a big challenge for us, like every week is here in the SEC. But I'm excited for it. Looking forward to getting after it today at practice, getting a little bit more of the game plan installed, and getting ready to go.
LSU linebacker Jabril Cox.
Yeah, these past few weeks have given us ample opportunity to just focus in on our craft, technique-wise, footwork, also getting to know each other better, playing alongside each other. You become more comfortable when you know the guy next to you. So just us, just being together as a team, doing certain activities, really gives us a sense of comfort on the field when we're out there and playing.
LSU wide receiver Jared Jenkins.
Race is a good player. Race is going to be good, I think. But, we got freshman Kayshawn, and we got John Trey It's just like them boys are ready. It's just next man up. We just got to do what we got to do to get the victory.
LSU offensive lineman Liam Shanahan.
Yeah, what's awesome about TJ is he doesn't get scared of the moment or anything like that. For him, it's really just going out there to play football, which is awesome. It makes it not only does it make him do well, but it really kind of brings a sort of like aura around the whole offense when we're out there. Just we have confidence in him, and he has confidence in us, and that's just a big thing for us. So
LSU linebacker Jabril Cox.
Yeah, this is a huge confidence boost. A lot of guys went down, and it was the next man up mentality. The guys that came in and filled those holes, they did a pretty good job. And this just gives us another opportunity to keep getting better as a whole. Going into this week, no one expects us to win. We're the underdogs, so going in there and trying to ruin their day is something that we're going to try to do.
LSU offensive lineman Liam Shanahan.
Yeah, this is a huge rivalry. It's a big rivalry. We don't like them, they don't like us. That's something that's been made pretty clear to me, really since when I first got here. This is one of the games that's kind of circled as a team that we don't like, So guys have been talking about it throughout the whole summer, especially coming into this week. This is a huge game for us and a big opportunity for us to get a big win.
Talking Tigers, Eagle 98.1, Game Day.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals, but many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her Auctioner primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an Auctioner care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioner Baton Rouge, innovating healthcare for Kelly.
If I built a van, it would do more than haul.
It would carry my entire business. I'd make it available in dozens. Make that thousands of configurations.
It would keep an eye on my fleet.
And an eye out for danger. If I built a van, I'd make it available in diesel and gas. And I'd build it right here in South Carolina.
Introducing the all-new Sprinter, starting at $33,790. Built in the USA. Mercedes-Benz. Vans. Born to run.
Line. Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Inside the stadium. Inside the stadium. Presented by GoFlow IV Spa. GoFlow IV Spa, where athletes come to hydrate so they can dominate.
And we go over to College Station. We'll talk with our friend Jacques Doucet from WAFB. Let me get an update on the basketball game first. 54-46. St. Louis leads LSU with just under 13 minutes to go in the contest. Jacques, good afternoon. How are you?
Charlie, I'm doing great. I'm at the team hotel right now. Actually, LSU is staying in College Station this year, which is different than years past. They're actually staying at the hotel where A&M used to stay, and I guess the Aggies are staying somewhere different. So the buses are outside right now, and the team's going to be loading up here in, I guess, the next half hour to make their way over to Kyle Field.
Wouldn't it make sense to stay home? I'm seriously, if you're the home team, to stay in your regular quarters and not go to a hotel if you didn't have to?
Well, I think they are actually, because I was doing live shots out there last night, and A&M was getting on buses, and they were busted somewhere. So I was just talking to a member of the LSU staff who used to work with Fisher, and apparently Jimbo Fisher was big on even on road trips going into places on Thursday to get their team accommodated with where they were at before a road game. So apparently he's pretty big on that logistical stuff. But anyway, that's where it's at right now. If you hear a dog barking, guys, it's the security dogs in the background sniffing the bags.
Oh, they're serious about this stuff, huh? They got the equines and canines out there, huh?
yeah, man. It's they may not be taking their attendance as seriously. There's some people that are saying, "Really, is that 27,500? It looks like a little bit more at Kyle Field." But yeah, they're going through the protocols right now.
All right, you've been migrating west here for a few days now. I know you stopped over for Thanksgiving and you got into town. What's the feel there? I know the weather stinks, and they don't have a normal game day. We're used to that by now, but what are you getting? Because this was the game that they circled from the time they got it handed to them last year in Baton Rouge to now that they really wanted to play.
I think, Charlie, there's a feeling amongst their fan base that they are a little bit like Clemson before Clemson hit it big, that they seem to choke in big spots, that they won't come through. The WAFB news unit had a flat tire this morning, had to take it to the local mechanic to get it fixed. The first thing he said is, "Oh, well, every time when we're in the driver's seat, we mess up." So there is kind of that feeling there, and even though LSU is obviously struggling this year, not nearly what they were last year, I think there's still a feeling here that it's still LSU, and that if somehow A&M didn't play well and LSU did play well, that wouldn't be shocking. But they're excited about their team. I think there's kind of a storyline that there's two A&M teams. There's the A&M team that played the first two games of the year in which they wobbled past Vanderbilt and went to Alabama and got destroyed. And since then have really played a lot better on both sides of the ball. But they're in the same position, I guess, LSU was a week ago. They haven't played a game in 3 weeks, so we'll see if they're rusty or not. And if LSU's the underdog as much as 15, 16 points from what I've seen. Will this weather, kind of be an equalizer in the game in that regard? It's just been a nasty day all day, and I don't think it's gonna get any better. It's not raining hard, but it's just we haven't seen the sun, and it's just this misty stuff that's been falling all day long.
Jacques, you were in Fayetteville. You've been around this team throughout the week in their preparation for Texas A&M. What did that win do for their mentality a week ago versus Arkansas? Have you seen anything different this week in covering LSU after a win?
Jordy, I think it was just important for them to come through in the clutch. I think they had a little bit of good fortune there. For whatever reason, it started raining there when Arkansas was about to make it an 8-point game, and then Franks falls down, and they kick a field goal to make it 24-20. And then, Finley did a very good job of leading the team down the field, speaking to the players through the Zoom interviews. They all say that he's got ice water through his veins and he's a cool customer. And certainly Arkansas isn't the team that Auburn is, but it was a road atmosphere, and the elements weren't great. And he didn't turn the football over, and he threw for 270, a couple touchdowns, and showed some great leadership there. So, I think 2020 is a year where we kind of enjoy things that we normally take for granted, and that game, just getting it played is an accomplishment this year when games are getting canceled and postponed left or right. I flew up there Thursday hoping the game was going to be played, waking up on Friday, waiting till 9:30 to get the final word that, Arkansas's got enough players. So they barely had enough players. And LSU, from what I understand, they barely have enough players too. I mean, from what I understand, there might be 63, 64 LSU guys on scholarship, and LSU's got 4 linebackers. And one of them is Josh White, who apparently isn't ready to get out there and play. So that they're very, very razor thin in some spots. But yeah, winning last week felt good, and a big difference, Jordy. Last year, LSU's beaten Arkansas by 50 points in the fourth quarter, and the boot just sat there lonely in Tiger Stadium when the team ran into the locker room. This year, they went and grabbed that thing and enjoyed it, and celebrated the victory and took it to the locker room, which I think they should have.
We're talking about linebackers. Baskerville, Cox, Clark, and
Josh White.
Wow. Okay. That's not a lot. that's pretty. Well.
Yeah, the three starters and Josh White apparently is. So if one guy gets hurt, it can be interesting.
So from A&M's standpoint, they're waiting. We were talking with Billy Lucci, and he's got a stat where he's got something like 8 or 9 losses against teams that were either 1 or 2 in the country. I mean, they played Clemson in a home and home. They played Alabama every year. They played LSU when they were number 1 in the country. So there's this idea that, hey, listen, if they're not playing one of the very best teams in the country, they've kind of been okay. But this isn't an LSU team that would, to me, it wouldn't be a signature win for them. They'd have beat them last year. That would have really been something. But this is not the signature. It may be the opponent that's been kind of a bugaboo for them, but this wouldn't be, to me, for A&M, a signature win. They're over a 2-touchdown favorite. LSU has struggled. I don't know if they feel that this would be a signature win.
I'm totally with you, Charles, and I listened to you during the week, and no matter what happens, it's kind of hard for me, like you said, to put A&M in the playoff when they've got a 28-point loss on their resume. I mean, that's just kind of hard to get around. Now, it might be to the very best team in the country in Alabama, who's steamrolling people, but still, I mean, that's a pretty big blemish on your resume. It's not like you doinked the field goal, or you were down a bunch of players and there was a pick six late in the game to make it a 14-point game instead of a 7-point. You got smashed pretty good. So, but yeah, I mean, if you take a look at the series, A&M has beaten LSU 1 time since they joined the SEC in 2012. And many LSU fans won't give them credit for that because of every 50-50 call in 2018 went Texas A&M's way. And I think Coach O, whenever he leaves this earth, whenever it is way down the line, you ask him what loss made him the most angry in his career, he might point to that 2018 Texas A&M game, because it was very heated that night, as we saw after the game as well.
All I know is there's a big difference between beating Alabama in 2007 and beating Alabama in 2011. Okay, 2007 Alabama team wasn't very good. Happy to get the win. Don't get me wrong. Never a bad day to beat Alabama. It felt a little bit different in 2011. It felt a little bit different in 2019. The 2007 win against Alabama was against and it was a good game.
It's expected,
but that's right. That was not a good Alabama team that year. I think they were 7-6 in Saban's first year. I kind of equate that to what you're doing with LSU here right now. Listen, I'm sure A&M wants to get a victory over LSU, but it's not like you're beating one of their very best teams.
No, and they've got all the motivation on this side. They're the ones that got beat 50-7 last year. It was 31-0 at half, and Kellen Mond makes those comments at SEC Media Days in 2019 that A&M was standing strong and LSU was cramping up. I mean, LSU had all the motivation in their corner last year, and I think it's kind of flipped this year. But still, even if this is A&M's year, and Jimbo Fisher in year 3. We see what's happening with Tom Herman at Texas. No matter what happens with Ed Orgeron down the line, he's delivered. He's delivered, arguably the greatest college football team of all time, and Jimbo Fisher and Tom Herman still have not, come through in a big way yet.
What's the sense you've gotten from Jimbo and listening to his sound bites, or if you've had a chance to hear him speak on the time off? Does he believe that his team could be a step faster today, or does he believe his team could be thinking because they haven't played in so long?
Jordan, I hadn't watched a ton of what he said. I think that, once again, I think he thinks that the team that played those first 2 games of the year, that they've made major improvements since they struggled against Vanderbilt, got destroyed by Alabama. It looks like they've gotten a lot more pass rush when it comes to their defense. Their secondary, since they gave up, I think Alabama threw for 445 in that game or something like that. I think the biggest thing is that since that game, they've given up no pass plays of 40 yards or more, and I think they've given up maybe 9 pass plays of 20 yards or more. That's a lot different than LSU, obviously, but they've tightened up there, and they're more balanced on the offensive side of the ball, too, with Isaiah Spiller and the way they're running the football there. So, one thing I know about Jimbo, Jordy, is when you ask him something he's not comfortable with, he starts talking real fast. But I didn't see him talk really any fast in any of these press conferences. But a little bit different than when I asked him at Media Day what happened with LSU and him perhaps getting the job way back when. He talked real fast that day. But, not this week. So.
Jacques, we appreciate your time. Enjoy the game. We'll see how that goes, but have a safe trip home for sure, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, JD.
Yeah, thanks, guys, and hopefully maybe it's a 4th and 1 and they smash it over for old Ruffin. That was been tough to come to grips with that, but
Sure.
Always enjoyed being around Ruffin, and glad we got to chat with him in the offseason about his LSU memories, including the fact he told me he was the only person that truly felt the earth shake when Hodson hit Fuller because he fell down and was laying on the ground before Hodson threw the ball.
Yeah, thank you. Well said, Jacques. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, man.
Ruffin were here, he would be telling you LSU was going to win today.
Yes, by a lot.
You're right. It's 16.5. Doesn't matter.
Play the money line, Charlie.
He'd have it. Let's see.
Tigers hitting a little grease over here in St. Louis. 57-52, 9:58 remaining in the second. Trenton Watford playing well over the last 3 possessions.
Full scoreboard is straight ahead. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
During times of trouble, hope keeps us calm, and courage keeps us strong. Here in Louisiana, we know this better than most. After all, we've faced hardship, but hurricanes and floods never washed away what makes us strong. It's our culture, the spirit of resilience that says rise and rise up again. We'll make it through the tough times, we always do. And Blue Cross will always be here to support you.
I can't tell you how many people tried to discourage me when I said, I'm opening up a haunted house. If you love doing something, don't let anything or anyone stand in your way.
How he comes up with this stuff in his head and designs it is mind-boggling.
Debbie and Home Bank understand my business and understand that it's not normal. They've worked with me since the beginning to help my business grow.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact ServiceMaster Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. ServiceMaster Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care, it's more advanced care. This is innovating healthcare at Louisiana's #1 hospital, Ochsner.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations.
Eagle 98.1. The Gulf Coast Bank College Football Scoreboard. Gulf Coast Bank and Trust Company, the bank that cares about you.
Give me hoops first.
Mwani Wilkinson at the line hits the front end of a 1-and-1, which brings the score to 60-53. Second one in the air, rattles in and out. So we are at 60-53. St. Louis leading LSU basketball with 9:15 remaining in the second half.
So we go to games in progress first, and at the Egg Bowl, a huge swing as Mississippi State threw a little swing pass out into the flat that it looked like the tight end was no less than a foot away from going into the end zone. Has the ball knocked out, and Ole Miss picks the ball up that trickled into the end zone and returned it 85 yards. And now after one play, they're playing first and goal at the Mississippi State 5. So this is a huge turn of events here in what should have been, or what could have easily been, a Mississippi State touchdown. And now Ole Miss is playing second and goal on the 1. But 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Ole Miss leading it 7-0. When they went back to look at the replay, though, Jordy, they didn't have a goal line cam. Okay, I don't know how you don't have a goal line. If you've only got 4 cameras in the whole stadium, 2 of them need to be on a goal line.
Absolutely, especially in 2020. This game's on the SEC network, and they don't have a goal line angle of a touchdown.
They're trying to determine whether he got in or not from like the 10-yard line. I mean, this cat-a-corner angle from the 10-yard line. And how could you possibly know whether he got in or not? I think it was a good call, but I wouldn't bet my life on it.
Yeah.
That, and this is a 7-point, potentially a 14-point swing in the Egg Bowl, and well, that's just too bad, I guess, for Mississippi State. Auburn gets a field goal in the Iron Bowl, 14-3 now, as they are in the second quarter in Tuscaloosa.
Mac Jones, 5 of 8, 133 yards, 2 touchdowns. One of those goes to Ameet's Devonta Smith, who already has 2 catches for 92 yards and a score.
Let's give you a little bonus coverage right here. 4th and goal, Ole Miss from the
half-yard line?
Yeah, about. They've already gone for it on 4th and 4.
Inside of their own 10.
Yeah, from the going into the from the 10. On the Mississippi State 10, and they missed. They're going to go for it on 4th and goal from, let's say, just outside the 1, and they are going to make it. Yep. That is a 1-yard touchdown run for Ole Miss. That's 13-0 Rebels. That is late in the first quarter. All right, halftime score, number 20, Coastal Carolina. No hangover from the App State win last week. They lead Texas State 35-7. UL Lafayette leading UL Monroe 42-14. About 3 minutes to go to the break there. Texas San Antonio leading North Texas 28-7 at the break. Arkansas State and South Alabama are tied at 14. That game is 2 seconds to go to the half. Number 3, Clemson welcomes Trevor Lawrence back. They are leading Pittsburgh a minute and a half into the second quarter. It's 31-0.
Wow, Trevor Lawrence, 12 of 17, over 200 yards, 2 scores. Travis Etienne, 6 carries for a touchdown.
Told you that Northwestern State hasn't been a favorite very often on the road by as much as they are today. I mean, for now. But Michigan State leads number 8 Northwestern 17-3. Northwestern has, they've been so good. They've been so solid, but they are used to being the underdog. They were not the underdog today. Rocky Lombardi, a couple of touchdown passes for Michigan State. Long way to go, though. Long way to go. App State leading Troy 28-3, about halfway through the second quarter. Purdue leading Rutgers 7-6. I don't know. They missed the extra point. Okay, that's not pending. They have missed the extra point. Boston College leads Louisville 7-3 late in the first quarter. Now, earlier finals today. Number 6 Florida beat Kentucky 34-10. Big day for Kyle Trask. He threw 3 touchdown passes, all of them to
Kyle Pitts. 5 catches on the afternoon for Pitts, 3 of those for scores. He's just under 100 yards for 99 yards in the afternoon in his first action back after missing the last couple of weeks.
Number 12, Indiana beat Maryland 27-11, but Michael Penix, the starting quarterback, left with what was a nasty-looking injury on a run down inside the 10-yard line, had to be helped off the field. Indiana looking like they're going to be a strong contender for the Big Ten championship game with a problem at quarterback potentially. Number 23, Oklahoma State beat Texas Tech 50-44, and Desmond Jackson just burst into our lives here today.
Yeah, Desmond Jackson had an enormous day filling in for Chuba Hubbard as he went over 200 yards and 4 scores on the afternoon. So way to fill in for the All-American as it was a huge afternoon for Oklahoma State.
Didn't have as big a afternoon as Jared Patterson, though.
Yes.
From Buffalo. Why are we telling you about a running back from Buffalo? Because he ran for 409 yards and 8 touchdowns.
36 carries in the afternoon for Patterson for 11 yards per carry. And as Charlie said, the storyline is 8 touchdowns on the ground, including 409 yards. That is some action for you on a Saturday as Buffalo hangs 70 on Kent State.
What if I told you it was going to take Penn State until after Thanksgiving to win a game?
I wouldn't have believed you.
Yeah, I wouldn't have believed me either. But they did get their first win today, 20-7 over Michigan. Western Michigan over Northern Illinois, 30-27. Ohio over Bowling Green, 52-10. We told you about Jared Patterson. His Buffalo Bulls won 70-41. Ball State over Toledo, 27-24. East Carolina outscored SMU 45-7 in the first half. We're outscored 31-7 in the second half. So East Carolina beats SMU 52-38. Georgia State beat Georgia Southern 30-24. It was NC State with a late touchdown to beat Syracuse 36-29. Missouri beat Vanderbilt 41-0, but history was made.
Yes, it was. Sarah Fuller makes history today as she kicked off for Vanderbilt to start the second half and became the first female athlete to compete in a Power 5 football game today as Vanderbilt had a need for place kicker. They went to the women's soccer team. They get Sarah Fuller. Fuller comes out today. The offense couldn't give her an opportunity for a PAT or for a field goal opportunity. She comes in and kicks off for the start of the second half and makes history on this Saturday in November.
Miami of Ohio beat Akron 38-7. Kicking off at the top of the hour, San Diego State and Colorado. 6 o'clock kickoffs for Memphis and Navy, Duke and Georgia Tech, Kansas State and Baylor. 6:30 kickoff for number 9 Georgia and South Carolina. Also for Utah and Washington. 7 o'clock kickoffs for Arizona, UCLA, TCU, Kansas, and a 10 o'clock kickoff for Nevada and Hawaii.
A little cleanup here, Charlie. I gave Desmond Jackson an extra touchdown. The fill-in today for Chuba Hubbard. 36 carries, 235 yards, and 3 touchdowns on the afternoon as Oklahoma State just outlasts Texas Tech 50-44.
And while we were doing this scoreboard, Alabama has scored again. Mac Jones to Jaheel Billingsley from 24 yards out, 21-3 with 6 minutes to go in the first half at Tuscaloosa.
In St. Louis, the Tigers are down 6 with 5:30 remaining as it is 70-64. LSU in possession here as Trenton Watford plays one-on-one isolated on the low block.
Be a big win for LSU if they could come out.
Get in, and one.
Oh, and one. All right. Hang in there, Tigers. We'll take a break, come back. Keys to the V is next, presented by your Super Chevy dealers. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
Foundation failure is common in South Louisiana, and that's why homeowners here turn to a local company they can trust, WCK Foundation Repair.
WCK is the only company that specializes in drilled piers, the ideal solution for Louisiana's unique soil conditions. WCK is locally owned and operated by a group of professionals with years of experience.
Learn more about the signs of foundation failure on WCKFoundationRepair.com. Call for a free estimate. WCK Foundation Repair. Support the home team.
When morning came to Louisiana, we were hopeful, not hibernating. We were mending fences, feeding neighbors, and holding our kids. When morning came to Louisiana, we were wide awake, planting seeds for next year's crops. We were stronger, ready for what's next. And together, as we build anew, Blue Cross stands ready to support you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an Auctioner care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioner Baton Rouge, innovating healthcare for Kelly.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals. But many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information.
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Keys to the Beat. Presented by eTel Business. eTel Business. All fiber solutions at the speed of business.
Can I just give you one right at the top? And there's all kind of different angles you can tell. Limit the big plays. Make A&M work for it. The number of plays that you had last week, it was 4 over 50 yards. I think T-Bob gave the stat on off the bench early in the week. They are leading the nation in big plays, plays over 50 yards allowed. There were 2 of the 29-yard plays. All right, meet me in the middle here. Allow one play over 50 yards and one play over, an additional play over 30 yards.
I think Eli Ricks and Derek Stingley Jr. being on the field for 4 quarters could limit that. I hope that those guys, Derek Stingley Jr., we heard is going to be a game-time decision. As we heard Ogeron earlier this week, Ricks will be good to go from the start. So I think that would limit those potentially those big plays, because I'm with you. That will take a lot of pressure off.
There's a lot of other things that that we could talk about. There's the ability to get the running game going. They just really had to hammer it out. It was not a lot of big plays, not a lot of big runs last week. It was just kind of hammer away 3 yards in a cloud of mud pretty much last week. A&M's run defense is better than Arkansas's. It's 12th in the country. It's going to be hard to maintain that type of time of possession. And I don't mean the type of possession from last week. That would be impossible. Just say something where you have the edge there, 32, 33, 34 minutes. It's going to be a lot harder against this A&M defensive front.
It will, and it'll be a challenge on LSU's defensive front, who has been one of the shining spots as far as being able to create a pass rush. This offensive line for A&M through 6 games has only given up 2 sacks. 2 sacks in 6 games. Now, that is a combination of stellar offensive line play and really good footwork and decision-making by Kellen Mond, the quarterback for Texas A&M, as LSU's defensive front, B.J. Ojulari. The youngsters have been really good through the first start of this season, and they would have to keep that up today against a unit that has only allowed 2 sacks through 6 games. So there are challenges on both sides of the ball for LSU today. Can they maintain? Can they manage on the road versus Texas A&M in front of a Kyle Field capacity that is expecting just under 30,000?
Slipping away from the Tigers a little bit in hoops now.
Charlie, speak too soon.
No, there's a
Cam
3.
Thomas from way downtown, 80-77 with a big timeout coming from St. Louis. Just under 2 minutes left to play in St. Louis.
Oh, I can't. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought that was 80-71. I got a bad angle on the. I got a bad angle on the graphic there. No. They're right. It's one possession game with 2 minutes to go. Okay. I apologize. My eyes, it's a little get a little bit older, and they're it's gold numbers on gold, white numbers on a gold background. Right. I'm sorry, I got it there.
As Anna giggles.
Yeah, what have you seen in this game? You've been watching a little bit closely here in the last hour. The basketball game.
Yes, absolutely. LSU, St. Louis. First off, St. Louis, a really good basketball team and test for the Tigers, just like we knew they were going to be here on the early season. LSU still struggling to guard the 3-point line, as St. Louis has hit some pretty costly 3-pointers here down the stretch. But as they've needed a bucket, they have looked towards Cam Thomas, the freshman, and you and I just saw a move that Darius Days made on on the baseline that he did not have 6 months ago.
He's so slimmed down.
He has the NBA scouts and decision makers have gotten his ear with the message that they sent him in the offseason workouts. Lose some weight, show some offensive capability off of the bounce, and through the first 2 games of the season, he had a career high versus Eastern Illinois, CSU, whatever it was, the other night with 24, and then he backs it up today, showing off the arsenal. So I think that there are bright spots, and here you come with just under 2 minutes left to play with a chance to win it.
24 points may not be enough for Auburn.
Yes, it's not,
Alabama is
21
in complete control of this game at 21-3. 4 minutes to go to the break. The Egg Bowl has already had some big moments. 4th and goal from the one that Ole Miss converted for a touchdown. A ball that was almost in the end zone for Mississippi State that turned into about an 85-yard fumble return for Ole Miss. So you never have a boring Egg Bowl. So those 2 games going on in the Southeastern Conference right now. What do you expect tonight as we kind of wrap up here? I've tried very hard to be optimistic about this game, but I'm just not.
I have too, Charlie, and I'm right there with you. I'm looking for a silver lining. I'm looking for something that you can hang your hat on that's a positive that LSU can go into tonight and say, you know what? They can exploit Texas A&M in this phase of the game. They can get Texas A&M maybe thinking on their heels on this aspect of the game. There's just nothing from that point of view that you can find that gives LSU an advantage. I think even down to the motivational tactics that go into this game. That to me is in the corner of Texas A&M, whether it be from last season, whether it be LSU being down, whether it be as much as LSU talked in the offseason, right? Whether it was 60 Minutes, books being published, or just out and about beating your chest about the season that you had last fall. So I hope that LSU can come out and find some piece where they can gain an advantage. But I think a early play, a play early on, a confidence booster, something like you say, not giving up a big play, getting off the field defensively is something that could maybe be a domino effect for this Tiger team as they kick this thing off at 6 o'clock. Here you go, Charlie. 1:20 left, down 3. A baby hook from Darius Days in the paint is called off due to a walking call. My goodness, on LSU. So St. Louis will get the ball back.
All right. We will hand it over to the boys on the Scoreboard show. Matt is back in studio. T-Bob Hebert with him. They'll keep you up to date on the scores. That's if you're listening with us on 104.5 ESPN Radio. We'll turn it over to the network guys, Hunt Palmer and company, if you're listening along with us on Eagle 98.1. And we will be back, Whiskey and Wine,
Yes.
following the game. Oh, you guys on location?
Whiskey and Wine will originate from Scone's house tonight.
Okay, so you're not inviting everybody, right?
No, we're not.
Okay.
We're not.
COVID, man. Yeah. We had to make some adjustments. T-Bob will have the companion show, and then he and I will be back for Eagle 98.1 post game. That will be 90 minutes following the end of LSU and Texas A&M. Thanks to everybody for listening this afternoon. Thanks, Paul O'Neill on the video board, and Anna, Alabama Anna, doing a great job for us today in her debut here on the show. You did great. You did fantastic. Everybody's very proud of you.
Nice work, Anna.
For Jordy Culotta, I'm Charles Hanagriff saying thank you
Pick it
and
up,
good
Paul.
afternoon. Presented by your local Super Chevy dealers. This has been Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
Oh, no!
To the heroes who are working tirelessly to care for our communities, we thank you. We will never forget the countless hours you dedicated on the front lines, choosing to risk your own health to fight for our friends, neighbors, and family members.
I mean, you guys are out on the front lines fighting it.
We are grateful for your heroic acts and unwavering spirit. Together, we are overcoming this adversity and make our state healthier and more vibrant again. Ochsner Health.
Foundation failure is common in South Louisiana, and that's why homeowners here turn to a local company they can trust, WCK Foundation Repair.
WCK is the only company that specializes in drilled piers, the ideal solution for Louisiana's unique soil conditions. WCK is locally owned and operated by a group of professionals with years of experience.
Learn more about the signs of foundation failure on WCKFoundationRepair.com. Call for a free estimate. WCK Foundation Repair. Support the home team.
I can't tell you how many people try tried to discourage me when I said, I'm opening up a haunted house. If you love doing something, don't let anything or anyone stand in your way.
How he comes up with this stuff in his head and designs it is mind-boggling.
Debbie and Home Bank understand my business and understand that it's not normal. They've worked with me since the beginning to help my business grow.
If I built a van, it would do more than haul.
It would carry my entire business. I'd make it available in dozens, if not thousands of configurations.
It would keep an eye on my fleet.
And an eye out for danger.
If I built a van, I'd make it available in diesel and gas. And I'd build it right here in South Carolina.
Introducing the all-new Sprinter, starting at $33,790. Built in the USA. Mercedes-Benz. Vans. Born to run.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers, offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact ServiceMaster Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. ServiceMaster.
Now, the 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life. Live from the Mercedes-Benz of Baton Rouge studios. Here's Matt Moscona and T-Bob Hebert.
Very good afternoon. Game day, LSU in College Station to take on Texas A&M. We are 2 hours from kickoff. This is the Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank. I'm Matt. He's T-Bob. Alabama Anna. Can we call you Alabama Anna over here? Is it good or no? I don't hear you. You're not there. Well, you know what? It's fine. You just would bring so much class and poise to this show. And by your microphone not working, this is actually a wonderful blessing to you. You don't even understand. You're better off abstaining. Paul O'Neill taking care of the video side. You can watch us on the Watch 104.5 ESPN YouTube channel. Thanks for being here. Iron Bowl underway. 21-3. Bama on top of Auburn. 27 seconds before half. Seth Williams, who is an All-American caliber wide receiver, probably a first-round draft pick, a total freak show, just dropped the easiest touchdown pass he would ever have in his life, streaking down the middle of the field. I guess it's that kind of day for Auburn. And the Egg Bowl's already had a lot of fireworks here early, 14-7. Ole Miss on top of Mississippi State. Ole Miss had a fumble return for a touchdown. They scored on fourth goal from the 1. So 14-7 Ole Miss on top of Mississippi State with 11 minutes to play in the second quarter. And your boy has the over 68, so they better get moving. How are you doing?
Okay, there you go. I'm doing well, man. Just, I don't know, trying to find some good football somewhere out here. I think that the Egg Bowl may be our best opportunity. Like, I get it. The drop by Seth Williams was really bad. It's also simultaneously completely inconsequential to anything like at all. Like, it's not even going to matter to the point spread, I don't think, by the time it's all said and done. So.
Wait, I have really good news.
Hey, there she is.
I'm used to being Mike 1 in the Eagle studio, and now I'm Mike 6. So I'm not going to interrupt all the time, but I just figured out.
Oh,
Yeah.
and then you just went off.
Feel free.
There you are. Yeah, feel free to interrupt
First
whenever
time
you
to
want.
be in the studio.
Actually,
Bear with
anytime
me.
that I can talk to you instead of him, I'll gladly take it.
Thank
So
you.
feel free to jump in anytime.
Me and Anna have a
I do
closer
look better
relationship.
than T-Bob, right?
Me and Anna have a better relationship than you and Anna have. So nice
Is
try
that-
getting her to
is
side
that
with
true?
you.
Yeah, that is true.
Yep, we do mornings every morning together. I have to help her deal with Dick Condon, which obviously Anna does a thankless job. And for all of Baton Rouge.
So kind of like me sitting next to you on Saturdays.
Well, I was
So
thinking kind of like
actually
an
she and I
inversion, like me
have
sitting
that
next to
kinship
you. So,
there.
I don't know. I think you're more like a dick than I am, but you know.
Let's take a look at a top 25 scoreboard.
The Magnolia Bluffs Casino College Football Scoreboard. The Magnolia Bluffs Casino Hotel in Natchez. It's not what you play, it's who you play with.
And you were going to, you were sleeping out in the parking lot, and I was actually going to offer you to go take a nap on the couch in my office.
Oh, okay.
And I was going to offer you an energy drink.
I will actually probably
Nope.
nap in
Lock
your
the door.
office, so you can't really.
Locking the door, and I'm actually locking the refrigerator for the rain cooler for the energy drink. So you're SOL, buddy. Sorry.
Well, there you go.
Actually, not sorry.
Ebenezer Scrooge starting early this year.
Yep. All right.
Number 20, Coastal Carolina leading Texas State 41-7. Sean Detillier is going to stay undefeated.
Yeah, they'll run the table. They actually have one game ahead against Liberty, which will be interesting.
Liberty.
So see how that one goes. But, yeah, Coastal's rolling against a terrible schedule. And thankfully the committee did what they absolutely deserve to do, which put all these peon group of 5 schools that nobody cares about way, way down the rankings.
So Seth Williams drops a touchdown, and then Bo Nix throws a pick, and Iron Bowl life continues as number 1 Alabama is beating Auburn 21-3.
And Auburn won that game a year ago. So it's not like that's just the norm.
Yeah. It's just like 75% of the time the norm, which is kind of like the norm. With 7:33 left in the second quarter.
When Tommy Tuberville was there, they won 5 straight in that series.
Yeah. Tommy Tuberville's a center now, which is almost as well. It's just very hard to believe. Number 3, Clemson leading Pittsburgh 38-3. With 7 minutes up in the second.
They Clemson. Check out the first quarter for Clemson. Do you have it there?
Yeah.
A 31-point first quarter.
It's pretty good
for Clemson.
Senior day for Trevor Lawrence, the junior.
Yeah, there was a lot of questions how Clemson would play. Long layoff. Didn't have the game last week against Florida State. Trevor Lawrence hadn't played in 35 days. So it was like, how would they perform? And then boom, they answered that right from jump. 31-point first quarter, and it's not even a game.
Yeah, so Clemson take care of the Panthers with a little over a minute left in the first half. Upset alert for number 8 Northwestern as they are trailing Michigan State 17-6. Looks like Northwestern facing along.
You can't tell which team.
These colors. No, it must be Michigan State. I guess it's dark green.
It's in East Lansing, so that's Michigan State wearing their dark uniforms. So Michigan State has the ball here.
This is a tiny television we're trying to watch this on.
Michigan State's up 17-6. There's a minute to play before half, and Michigan State has the ball in Northwestern territory.
Number 6, Florida beats Kentucky 34-10.
Really competitive game early on. Florida just too much firepower. Kyle Pitts had 3 receiving touchdowns. Anything you'd want to know about this game is the first touchdown that Pitts scored. It was a long, maybe a 50-yarder. He was being covered by Kelvin Joseph, who, of course, is from Scotlandville. Baton Rouge, started LSU, went to Kentucky. And Chris Doring is on the broadcast, and he says, this is just a total mismatch when you have Kelvin Joseph on Kyle Pitts. I'm like, it's a total mismatch when the number 1 cornerback is covering a tight end.
Yeah, I mean, hey, the tight end body, man. It's why there's such a problem when you get a beast like Pitts.
It was a 56-yarder.
Eric Gilbert.
Or Gilbert, no doubt. When I was watching Pitts today, I was thinking, man, this is how they're going to talk about Gilbert in 2 years.
Absolutely. So Pitts on the day, 5 catches, 99 yards, all 3 of Kyle Trask's scores. What does that mean? He's up to 31 touchdowns now on the year, Kyle Trask, I believe. We'll look it up. A final earlier in Indiana as not the most dominant of performances.
Just say it.
But Brody Miller's Hoosiers continue to get it done. 27-11. They beat Maryland. Nice to see them. They put up a fight last week.
Yeah.
Against Ohio State. It would have been real easy for them to roll over.
It was a nice comeback. I mean, they were down big early and rallied, and darn near won it late. But that is a nice win for Indiana. A lot of the game day crew was on Maryland in this game. Maryland had a little bit of an extended layoff, and their offense had really, under Talia Tagovailoa, to his brother who transferred to Maryland, their offense had really gotten going, and then they hit, you don't play for 2 weeks. So it was a nice job by Indiana after the disappointment of last week to find a way to win and defensively to limit that Maryland offense.
Yeah, Tagovailoa got the Womack put on him.
Okay.
That's
Indiana's
DC.
Nope, we're good. Yep.
A final in Stillwater as number 23 Oklahoma State beats Texas Tech 50-44. Staying alive.
Who's staying alive?
Oklahoma State is for the Big 12 championship.
Oh, for the Big 12 championship.
Not for the playoffs.
Yeah, that's your
No.
your boy actually had Texas Tech plus 11. So This was the quintessential. Yeah, your boy's 3-0 today. This was a quintessential Big 12 game.
I think some wires might have gotten crossed, but
Okay.
what about Big 12 game?
Quintessential Big 12 game. 50-44.
Yeah.
And, I mean, each team was sniffing half a hundy, and it felt like they could have gotten more late. So, nice job by Texas Tech to rally to cover because it was 50-31. And they managed to add 2 scores late in the fourth quarter to cover. So, thank you for that, Texas Tech, Matt Wells, but you're probably going to get fired.
At 6 p.m. tonight, number 5 A&M against LSU.
Yeah, we can get into that later.
It's going to be bad. And it may only get worse. You want to announce what just happened?
Yeah, long touchdown pass in the Egg Bowl. So Ole Miss in the end zone for the third time. 20-7 PAT pending 9:44 to play in the second. But this Ole Miss offense, man, we said it so many times. The defense is poo, but their offense is explosive. And Matt Corral up the right side on a deep ball and 6 for the Rebs.
Wow, that was a pretty ball. Yeah, it's looking bad for the Bulldogs. I don't think they have the firepower. At 6:30 p.m. tonight, number 9, Georgia travels to Columbia to take on South Carolina. JT Daniels part 2?
That's the story, just to see if JT Daniels plays well again.
I don't know how Mississippi State played them so well last week still. Ohio State versus Illinois was canceled. Cincinnati Temple canceled. Postponed was number 11 Oklahoma at West Virginia. Very disappointed there with the West Virginia in-laws in town. Minnesota, Wisconsin canceled. Tulsa, Houston postponed. And then yesterday we had some really nice finals. Number 2, Notre Dame, 31. They beat the 19th ranked North Carolina Tar Heels, 31-17. A big win for them. Is that their final test before, what do they got, one more game and then the ACC, or are they already on to the ACC championship?
No, they have one more.
Okay. So Notre Dame moves to 9-0 on the year. That was a tough-fought game, but in the second half, they shut them down.
I'm sorry, they have 2. They're
Okay.
going to play Syracuse and Wake, but this was the last real challenge.
Okay, so they need 10+1.
They'll be double-digit favorites in the rest.
Yeah, we'll talk about Syracuse later.
Okay.
But I guess they spiked it on 4th down today after taking a sack.
We can talk about it in the ACC, but yeah, Syracuse on the last play of the game spiked the ball.
In a battle of ranked teams, number 13, Iowa State scores 10 points in the fourth quarter to Texas's 0 to beat the Longhorns 23-20. Texas falls to 5-3, while Iowa State moves to 7-2, and that UL win is looking more and more quality by the day.
Let's just roll. So
Go Cajuns. You should be in the top 25.
You are literally my favorite person in the
Number
world.
15, Oregon.
What did he say?
Falls to Oregon State, 41-38. I don't know.
I wasn't even
Anna's
listening
like
to
the ultimate sounding board. She just, anything I say, she just laughs at it, makes me feel good.
One thing, hold on, Matt. I'm sorry. I swear I won't interrupt this whole time. One
Anna,
thing.
you're so fired.
Nothing
If you're gonna sit here
You
and
cannot
indulge,
fire me.
if you're gonna indulge any of this,
Yes, thank you.
And I'm
Thank you,
feisty
baby.
too. You can't fire me. One thing about me and T-Bob is we have nothing in common on paper.
Yeah,
but we
it's fair.
really get along super well.
That's very fair. You know who does not get along very well? Oregon State and Oregon.
Yeah.
The Beavers and the Ducks. They're not both waterfowl, but I guess they both live around the water. And yesterday, it was the Beavers that got it done, building a dam to stop Oregon's offense at the end, outscoring them 22-7 in the fourth. Oregon State wins 41-38. Jump.
You didn't see how the game ended.
No idea.
Obviously, because you completely buried the lead. If you didn't see how the game ended.
I made a lot
of
of good Beaver and Duck puns, so I don't know.
Okay, and Iowa beat
completely
Nebraska
double.
26-20. Scoreboard show presented by Home Bank. We'll knock out a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get you caught up on everything happening in the SEC today and what's ahead, including a history-making day in Columbia, Missouri. An awful football game that a lot of people watched for one particular reason. We'll get to that next year. Scoreboard show presented by Home Bank.
Keeps us strong. Here in Louisiana, we know this better than most. After all, we've faced hardship, but hurricanes and floods never washed away what makes us strong. It's our culture, the spirit of resilience that says rise and rise up again. We'll make it through the tough times, we always do. And Blue Cross will always be here to support you.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
You may not know about the 4Kids Foundation, but you've probably heard of the Zurich Classic. And the Zurich Classic exists because of 4Kids. But it's what happens after the tournament that really counts. 100% of the proceeds are donated by the 4Kids Foundation to hundreds of local charities, totaling more than $40 million, all to help local children and families in need. 4Kids helps kids through golf, because every child deserves a shot at a brighter future.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life. On 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
All right, rolling along here, hour and 46 minutes away, LSU and Texas A&M from College Station. I'm Matt, he's T-Bob. This is the Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank. We'll take a look at the SEC coming up here in just a quick second. Early feel on LSU, Texas A&M?
It's horrible. There is nothing on paper to make you feel good. Anything you do good, they're adept at stopping. Anything they do well, you are really bad at stopping. Normally there's a thread that you can try to pull on and knit a path to victory, if you will. And I don't know if I can find it. Like, outside of TJ Finley just having to play out of his mind. Look, I thought last week was his best game. You got him to third and manageable consistently, and then he made plays within that framework to win you that game. Unfortunately, I don't know how LSU even gets to third and manageable consistently this week when you look how stout A&M's been against the run, how I think they're going to force LSU to be more one-dimensional. So, no, I do not have very good feelings going into today's game.
You don't, as a player, buy into the angle of how much LSU has dominated this series, how sometimes there's just teams that are just a matchup problem?
No, because, if you look at the last 2 years, been two wildly different games. I think that the LSU that presented a consistent matchup problem for A&M in no way resembles this year's LSU team. And we've talked about that a lot, right? Accepting the reality of who this year's LSU team is, and once you do that, being able to view this season through the appropriate framework. And they're just not good. Have you looked at the combined record of their opponents?
Yeah.
And their opponent wins, right? Like the teams that they have beat are a combined 3-15 or somewhere along those lines?
You beat Vanderbilt, South Carolina, and Arkansas.
That's what I'm saying.
Vanderbilt might be the worst team in the history of the SEC. I watched Vanderbilt today, and we can talk about that in a minute. But this is a Vanderbilt team on the short list for the worst team in the history of the SEC. This and the 2014 Vanderbilt team are on the short list.
Yeah. So
Arkansas last year is there as well.
I think that Brody Miller actually pointed this out, right? So not only
where did he go to school?
The team,
Indiana,
yeah, go Hoosiers. But so the teams that you've beat haven't been any good. But how about this, Matt? Your defense is already legitimately the worst pass defense in the country in yards per attempt.
Yeah.
You've given up. I think it's clear you're the worst big play defense in the country. The only reason you don't rank dead last, you're in the 120s and everything. The only reason you're not dead last is because you've literally played 2 to 3 less games than everybody that's ranked around you. So all that is true, and you haven't even faced a top 30 offense yet.
The next 3 weeks are going to be really tough.
You haven't even faced a top 30 offense yet, so you've been horrible against horrible offense. And so what happens when you go against good offense? And that's why, look, there is a possibility LSU wins. The same way, I don't know that there's a possibility that anything in this world happens, right? In infinite realities, there's a reality where LSU wins. Unfortunately, there are thousands upon thousands in which they lose, and the likelihood is that we inhabit one of the latter realities. It sucks. It's really bad. And next week's not going to be fun either. When did this Alabama game get scheduled? I've been chilling, eating turkey gumbo,
right,
making fun of my Alabama friends,
the
and they tell me they got to play him next Saturday. Are you kidding me?
The Luba Workers Comp College Football Scoreboard. Luba Workers Comp. Genuine dependability.
Told you that was going to happen. I mean, been saying that for weeks. They're going to move LSU Bama to December 5th, and then LSU will miss to December 19th. You should listen to AFR.
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then, right? Didn't you say there was no way that Notre Dame was ever going to beat Clemson?
I don't know if I said no way that, because I don't like to speak in absolutes.
Check the tape. Check the tape.
Said Notre Dame is, and I'll maintain this. Notre Dame is not an athletically gifted football team, and I think when Clemson has Trevor Lawrence back and they rematch in the ACC championship game, that will be a 3-touchdown win for Clemson.
So if it's a 3-touchdown win, do you think that puts A&M in? Does it have to be close for Notre Dame to get back into the playoff?
Listen, I very much look at history as an indicator of the future, and we have never seen before a scenario where a team has lost its conference championship game and gotten in the playoff. So, or in the BCS era, same thing. It's better to not play. Historically, we've seen this. It's better to not play than to play and lose.
But there was the one BCS one, but like we talked about, that was a mathematical equation with Oklahoma. At halftime, Alabama's up 21-3 on Auburn. Is it sad that I'm actually surprised that it's this close? 21-3? I thought it might be worse at this point, given the form that Alabama's been in.
And Seth Williams,
it should be 21-14.
Dropped a touchdown pass. I mean, he was open. Bo Nix put it on his hands. That's an All-American receiver that just dropped one. The crazy thing is the touchdown Devontae Smith scored. He's already 4 catches over 100 yards. He caught a deep ball. It was incredible. That this is a pretty good Auburn defense, and they completely left Devontae Smith all alone. He was in the slot, ran a go route, never broke stride, and the corner left him for the safety, and the safety didn't pick him up, and it was just no one within 15 yards. It's like, how does...
He's playing that Bo Pelini football.
Right. It's incredible how that happens. I don't know if it's that... I mean, obviously they have great athletes. They're schemed... They've schemed that much better to where even a defense like Auburn leaves Devontae Smith all alone by 15 yards?
Did he become...
It's insane.
Did he become the SEC all-time leader in receiving touchdowns last week?
He did. He passed Doring's record.
Oh, wow. Oh, wait, Doring had that record before?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
You don't remember.
Right.
You don't remember.
No, I was too young. I was too young for CD's teams. Even though he looks younger than me, he looks incredible.
Dude, he is
even if he does overly tan sometimes, and I've called him out for it before, but he looks incredible.
Doring is a unit.
Yes, he's jacked.
For a 50-year-old man.
He's 50.
He is just he is so put together.
And do yourself a favor and Google Chris Doring.
He is a beautiful man.
Like who? What's his name?
I'll show you. Chris Doring.
Chris Doring. Doering. And his kid is shredded like he is.
I'm not worried about his kid.
Ridiculous.
I like older men. D-O what?
Okay. E-R-I-N-G.
I'm 31. Number 6, Florida beat Kentucky 34-10. Did we just say this? No. Number 6, Florida beat Kentucky 34-10.
Yeah, he's hot.
Yeah, very much so.
Would you, T-Bob?
Definitely.
All right.
I think it's
not
a scale.
This is not Eagle 98.1.
Right.
This is not Content Uncensored. We're not doing the whole would you.
So I don't have to do this again for 2 hours on a Saturday? That's kind of my point.
Yeah,
here.
okay, good strategy, Anna. I like that,
Get
right?
back to it, boys.
I like that a lot.
A nice day for Kyle Trask, 21-27. 3 more touchdowns. The efficiency is incredible. 31 touchdown passes on the season. I think right now when you look at Florida, what they have ahead, man, they're likely going to run the table. They've got Tennessee next week on the road. Then they've got LSU on the 12th. And then the SEC championship game against Alabama. So, I think Florida it very much has its goals right ahead of it, which is, you win out, you're very much in the playoff.
Now so here's another little interesting playoff thing. If they win the SEC championship, does that vault A&M then even if it's a close game with Clemson and Notre Dame.
Ahead of an Alabama team that...
Well, ahead of Alabama, and then ahead of...
The ACC championship game loser is out.
Okay, so you don't give any credence to Notre Dame making it. Okay, I don't know if I agree there.
There will not be 2 ACC teams in.
Well, certainly then, though, A&M would jump Alabama.
There is no strength of schedule within the ACC that would warrant 2 teams from the ACC getting in. And I will maintain my point all along, which is there is no precedent ever for a team losing its conference championship game and getting in.
Hey, first time for everything, though.
I understand that. And there would have to be extenuating circumstances. But what happens when you do that is the committee gives it... Damn, bro.
Hit the mute button. I mean, I don't know, dude.
I don't think you caught it in time.
No.
That was phlegmy, bro.
It's been a rough this weather, man. Allergies, some. Don't worry, I got tested and everything.
I don't care if you did anyway. We're all good. The committee gives itself an out and an excuse to put in a maybe less deserving team to avoid that conversation. We saw this in the first year of the playoff, 2014. Ohio State had lost a home game
to Virginia
Tech.
Virginia Tech, which finished the season 6-6.
Yeah.
Okay. They were on the table and they blew out Wisconsin in the Big Ten championship game. It was like 55 to nothing or something like that. It was a whitewashing.
Yeah.
But the committee had TCU ranked 2nd in the polls the week before the conference championship games.
Mm-hmm.
They had TCU 2nd. But TCU had lost to Baylor. Baylor and TCU had the same record. Okay?
Yep.
But Baylor had beaten TCU.
Yeah.
So they couldn't really validate putting TCU in. And this, remember, there was no Big 12 champion. Remember that?
This is what spawned the Big 12 championship.
They had the one true champion, but they had a tie. And then they were like, oh, the one true champion is actually just a thesis. It's like, we're not stupid. Okay, you screwed up. Well, the Big 12 did not have a championship game. You had the top 2 teams tied. They preferred TCU, but TCU had a head-to-head loss to Baylor. So they just took out the Big 12 and put Ohio State in.
Yeah.
Like, there is a path of least resistance that the committee will always find. And it's going to present itself again this year. And it's very there will not be 2 ACC teams in.
Right.
I'll stand by that.
People love Notre Dame, though. In Oxford right now, Ole Miss currently leading 21-7. I think they went for it on 4th down. They must have hurried him and gone for it. It was just 3rd down. It looks like turnover on downs. Mississippi State takes over on their own 7-yard line. They are trailing 21-7 with 3 minutes left in the first half.
I just need the over. This game's largely inconsequential unless if Ole Miss can find somewhat of a defense. But
how do you think LSU's going to do against Ole Miss?
Not well. I think they'll score a lot, but I think Ole Miss is going to score a bunch too.
Yeah. I don't know if they can keep the pace. We'll see. A final earlier in a game that a lot of people watch. Probably the first time that you watch Vanderbilt football all year long as Mizzou. I like this Mizzou team, man. I mean, not this Vandy wins anything, but they moved to 4-3 now in an all-SEC schedule. They beat Vandy 41-0 domination, but the Tigers are not the story of the day as Sarah Fuller becomes the first ever female to play in a college football game.
Yep.
With a squib kick after half. Everybody was desperately hoping that Vanderbilt could give some sort of attempt at a field goal, PAT, anything, but the Commodores could not hold up there. The Commodore offense could not hold up their end of the bargain.
It was a really, really cool moment.
Yeah, it was.
I don't know how you feel about it.
I thought it was awesome.
And you know what was interesting to me watching this? And so for those that didn't see it, Vanderbilt had a grad transfer place kicker join them this year and then opt out. And so they had one kicker on the roster who was in quarantine for COVID this week. So they didn't have a kicker. Sarah Fuller is the goalkeeper on the SEC championship Vanderbilt soccer team, and she basically walked on this week. And Derek Mason welcomed her, and she handled kicking duties. Now, Vanderbilt offensively is atrocious and never even sniffed a scoring opportunity. So she didn't have the opportunity to kick a PAT or a field goal, but she did kick off to start the second half, and it was a designed sky kick. There was a placeholder, like it wasn't on a tee. Someone held the ball, and she just kind of, just punched it into.
It was one of those you're trying to find. It's almost like you're laying up in golf or something. You're trying to find the soft spot in the kick return zone, and it almost hit. It was surprisingly close to hitting a little more loft. I felt like the Vanderbilt guy kind of quit on the play too a little bit, but it almost hit.
It was designed to go to the up back for a recovery to eliminate a return. And I think that makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, if you're Derek Mason, you don't want to put a kicker out there who has never covered a kick in her life and then have the possibility of a return and then something happen, right? I mean, like, it was obvious what they were doing there, which is totally fine, and I'm strategically completely okay with that. But I was thinking, T, like, the reaction to this today was really cool. The PA announcer at Missouri said, when starting the second half, you could hear him, like, put a lot of emphasis when he announced the place kicker.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, as if it was like a home crowd, PA, and the crowd cheered. Like, they were all very aware of the moment.
It's rare that anything in this world nowadays has never been done before.
But here's my point, though.
This had never been done.
Let me finish this point, though. I was in media when Katie Anita kicked, when she was at Colorado and then transferred from Colorado to New Mexico State. She became the first woman to score in a Division I football game. And then there was a lot of obvious controversy that surrounded that later because she's the former female kicker that was allegedly raped while she was at Colorado, led to a lot of the sanctions there. But it was when Katie Anita was trying to kick in the early 2000s, it was a huge controversy, T. Like, it didn't have unanimous support. Like, this was a major story where a lot of people argued a woman doesn't belong in a football game. Like, it was just...
Wait, so what did Sarah Fuller do today that Katie Anita had not done?
FBS. In a major college.
Okay.
Katie Anita never played...
FCS.
She never played for... Well, back then there was no FBS. It was 1AA.
Okay.
So, but Katie Anita kicked for New Mexico back then when they were not an FBS school. There was the classification. But my point is, Katie Anita wasn't celebrated unanimously then. Today, Sarah Fuller was celebrated. Like, everyone looked at this with a few exceptions. Like, you had some mouth breathers. Like, Danny Cannell was like, was that a good kick?
He said, no. Like, he said, what? Was that a squib kick? And like, well, actually,
like,
it legitimately was.
But the point is, I think, and overwhelmingly, society put the mouth breathers in their place and celebrated this, because what you just said is so true, and I tweeted it. Literally, to be the first person to ever do anything, think about the balls that takes.
Yeah.
Like, go through history. It doesn't matter what you are like. And I was thinking about that young lady today was on a bus with a whole bunch of dudes.
Yep.
Was on a sideline with a whole bunch of dudes, in a locker room dressing, with a whole bunch of dudes, running out onto the field with everyone watching her, judging what she was going to, right? And like,
a lot of pressure on the eyes of everybody on her.
And to basically say, I don't care, like to have that amount of self-confidence, to be literally to say, to hell with your judgment or whatever, to be the first to go do something is so cool, man. And I'm glad I'm getting goosebumps talking about it. I'm glad I got to see that today. Good for her. And I know you're a girl dad. You have daughters.
2 daughters.
I mean,
it's awesome.
I hope that inspires a whole bunch of young ladies that want to do whatever. I'm not saying like there's going to be this just droves of young girls that are going to want to place kick in football. I mean, it's unlikely. Well, but if someone wants to, awesome. And hopefully she opened the door for more to do that.
Also, lest anybody think that this was like handed to her or something like that. I mean, regardless of the work that she did on the football field to get here, I can say this from seeing firsthand. But these college soccer players work just as hard. In fact, this is true of most college sports. Just people don't realize.
Any D1 athlete,
you are in the gym 24/7, running your ass off, working your ass off 24/7 for opportunities like this. So shout out to Sarah Fuller
really
for
cool.
earning this thing.
Awesome.
Also in the SC Scoreboard tonight, LSU A&M, and then at 6:30, number 9 Georgia against South Carolina.
All right, y'all, it is a Scoreboard show presented by Home Bank. We are 1 hour and 28 minutes away from kickoff, LSU and Texas A&M. I'll remind you, as soon as the clock hits 0, Jordy and I will have whiskey and wine presented by Don Juan Cigar Bar, but not at Don Juan Cigar Bar. Thanks to our absurd Phase 2 regulations, bars are closed because apparently COVID only is transmitted in bars. So Jordy will be over at my house. We'll do whiskey and wine on the 104.5 ESPN Facebook and YouTube channel. We'll look forward to seeing you then. All right.
Don't look now. Before we go into commercial, we'll come back with an update. But Mississippi State doing some exciting things after the turnover on downs. It is now with 30 seconds left. Mississippi State's at Ole Miss's 15, and they're driving, but quarterback might be hurt. We'll see.
Okay, made it. And Anders Carlson just made a field goal for Auburn. It's 21-6. It looked like he missed it, but he drew it back in right to left. So 21-6, Bama leading Auburn. That's in the third quarter. All right, Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank.
During these challenging times, we know your healthcare needs don't stop. Cancer, accidents, injuries, and heart disease are relentless. So we are relentlessly innovating to keep you safe, both virtually and in person, connecting you with providers remotely, advancing clinical spaces, providing rapid and accurate testing, social distancing, and certified cleaning protocols. We are Auctioner, and we will not slow down. Auctioner Health, innovating healthcare.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact ServiceMaster Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. ServiceMaster Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front-to-Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front-to-Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front-to-Back Boat Services.
You may not know about the 4Kids Foundation, but you've probably heard of the Zurich Classic. And the Zurich Classic exists because of 4 kids. But it's what happens after the tournament that really counts. 100% of the proceeds are donated by the 4Kids Foundation to hundreds of local charities, totaling more than $40 million, all to help local children and families in need. 4Kids helps kids through golf, because every child deserves a shot at a brighter future.
If I built a van, it would do more than haul.
It would carry my entire business. I'd make it available in dozens. Make that thousands of configurations.
It would keep an eye on my fleet.
And an eye out for danger.
If I built a van, I'd make it available in diesel and gas. And I'd build it right here in South Carolina.
Introducing the all-new Sprinter, starting at $33,790. Built in the USA. Mercedes-Benz. Vans. Born to run.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals. But many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs.
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life. On 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
Rolling along here, Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank, and with 6 seconds to go before the half, shallow cross by Mississippi State, and the Bulldogs take it into the end zone. So PAT pending. It looks like they're going to go to half with Mississippi State trailing 21-14. So nice job of the Bulldogs there to go the length of the field in their 2-minute drill.
Who got the ball first? Do we know? Because that's obviously very impactful here. But we'll learn that. How about this, though? A great little mirror image where Ole Miss has the 4th and 1 about to score on the 10. They don't get it. Mississippi State takes over. They drive the length of the field. They have their own 4th and 1 at the 15. They do get it. Then they parlay that into a score, 21-14. We got an Egg Bowl on our hand, boys.
State had the ball to start the game, so Ole Miss gets it to start the second.
That was huge.
Yeah, that was big.
Either way,
certainly prevents Ole Miss from potentially.
So think about that. Then Ole Miss, though, at the end of the first half, was just on the cusp of pulling the double up combo where you score, get it back, and then Mississippi State completely claws their way back. They had 13 plays, 93 yards, 3 minutes and 9 seconds. What a drive for Leach and company.
And on the flip side, Alabama is in the end zone. So Devontae Smith.
Wait, they just got the ball. How'd they get there? They just returned the kick like when we started.
Well, they had a nice little drive. A little shallow cross to the tight end who the umpire fell over him. And then Devontae Smith with his second touchdown reception. That is Mac Jones' 4th touchdown pass of the day. 28-6, Bama leading Auburn with 9:08 to play in the third. Clearly not missing Nick Saban as of right now. All right, let's take a look at the Big Ten scoreboard, if we could, please. Anna, thank you.
The Gulf Coast Bank College Football Scoreboard. Gulf Coast Bank and Trust Company, the bank that cares about you.
All right, let's look at the Big Ten. As we said, number 8 Northwestern has the ball, but they are on upset alert as Michigan State, with 11 and a half minutes left in the third, the Spartans, the 1-3 Michigan State Spartans, lead Northwestern 17-6.
Yeah, how do you handle success, right? Such a big win last week for Northwestern, and just not. But last week, even though it was a big win, it was a 14-7 ball game. Offense was sort of non-existent, and same is true here today with Peyton Ramsey. Haven't thrown for 177 yards and a pick so far, but Michigan State leading 17-6 over Northwestern. They don't rally. Their undefeated season will come to an end.
Yeah, with 3:56 left in the first half, Purdue is beating Rutgers 16-13.
How about they're 1-4, but Rutgers with Schiano there is you got to
let's see what they've been doing. They've been a little scrappy.
They've been competitive.
They beat Michigan State.
They beat Michigan State. They've lost 4 in a row, but they've been competitive, man. They lost to Illinois by 3. They had Michigan on the ropes last week.
Which we'll get to Michigan.
That was a score fest, you know.
Yeah.
But
no, they're better under Schiano. I mean, there's no doubt.
They're undeniably been better.
And I was a big Schiano hater, so credit to
he's a good coach, man.
Schiano.
You say what you will. He was not a good pro coach, obviously, in Tampa. His style just didn't work. But
no, I mean, you can't have guys. So I'll just never forget him
the submarine
kneeling the ball submarine.
No,
like, what are we doing?
Same, but he I think it is in the same realm as Nick Saban, in that his style will never work.
He's a college coach. College coaches can be dictators.
Yes.
You can't be that in the NFL.
And that is Schiano.
Tennessee
should have hired him. Bro.
And they're should have. Yeah, Jeremy Pruitt has reverted back to a human thumb.
You can't revert forward.
He is a pumpkin once again. Final in Indiana as Brody Miller's Hoosiers, who I used to hold that podcast with. The 12th ranked Brody Miller Indiana Hoosiers.
Yeah.
Beat Maryland 27-11. They are now 5-1 on the year.
The most offensive thing about this game, though, was Indiana's uniforms. They were wearing like head-to-toe camo.
It is not very good looking. I actually think the most offensive things is an 11-point final score line. It's very gross. It's not an all-around number. I hate it in every sense of the word. Maryland, you should be ashamed of yourselves.
Okay.
Matt, I don't know if you heard, but it seems like firing coaches in Detroit is all the rage, or in Michigan, I should say. And after today, I wonder if Jim Harbaugh won't be joining Matt Patricia as the previously 0-5 winless Penn State Nittany Lions beat Michigan 27-17. The Wolverines now fall to 2-4. I don't know what Harbaugh's record is now against the good teams in the Big Ten. I know it's already terrible, and it looks like it's only getting worse.
Money line play for Penn State today, so shout out.
Wow.
Yeah, Michigan's not good. They played 2 different quarterbacks today. They played Milton, and then I forget the other guy. It doesn't even matter.
He was giving a speech before the game where he was like, if we win out this second half, then nobody can say anything. Oh, well. Better luck.
Cade McNamara.
Yes.
So Cade
McNamara
McNamara and Joe Milton are the 2 quarterbacks. Cade McNamara finished 12 of 25 for 91 yards.
Hell yeah.
So that pretty much sums up Michigan. So,
But okay, so what do you think? Harbaugh survives till Monday?
Yeah. I don't know that they're going to fire him this year.
Okay.
Michigan marches to the beat of a different drum completely. Michigan wants their Michigan man, and they're paying him so much money, and I think there's probably a tendency to think they'll just wrap up this season in COVID and flush it and move on to next year.
That's fair. I feel like from a PR standpoint, it might be a lot harder for their president and their administration to justify a big financial change, unlike a South Carolina or what obviously a lot of LSU fans are calling for.
Michigan is one of the wealthiest schools in the country.
I know they have the money. I'm talking about from you don't think the administration would be hesitant from a PR standpoint given the kind of the COVID concerns that they were at the forefront of kind of trying to not make football not happen, but certainly they were dragging their feet.
I just think Michigan is going to be hesitant to fire Jim Harbaugh. Could be dead wrong. Obviously, I'm not there. I don't know. But I just don't know that there's this overwhelming groundswell to run him out. I just think we in the Southeast are consumed a little differently with how these things work. Like look at Kirk Ferentz at Iowa. Like he's lasted there almost 20 years.
Yeah, but that's almost good on Iowa because you're knowing your lane.
Yes, but that's also just how things are perceived differently.
They know their lane. Michigan thinks they belong differently. We'll see.
Yeah.
It was a sloppy setup by me, but Matt Patricia did get fired today, which about time. Oh my God, the numbers on his time as a Detroit Lions head coach are terrible. Ohio State, Illinois was canceled. Minnesota, Wisconsin was canceled. And last night, a final, number 24, Iowa beat Nebraska 26-20. The Scott Frost era, real struggle. Hey, Kirk Ferentz, ranked at 4-2, baby.
Real quick, the Ohio State-Illinois game being canceled is very significant.
Okay, yeah. So how many games is Ohio State down to now, Matt?
So this means, because there's only 2 left, this means they can max out at 6, and then a potential Big Ten championship game, which would be 7, right? But if Ohio State has one more game canceled, they don't qualify for the Big Ten championship game. So that means they would max out playing 5 games.
Yeah, you're not going to put a 5-0
and
in there.
I've said this from the beginning, and a lot of people wondering, why the SEC is pushing so hard to get all their games in. It's data points. It's all about having more games. Like theoretically, T, I could see the committee looking at 9-1 Texas A&M over 5-0 Ohio State or 6-0 Ohio State because it's just data points. Like
I think it's almost to me, I would feel like it would almost need to be a guarantee. Now I know the playoff allows you to be subjective, but like 9-1 in the SEC versus playing just 5 games, you would be rewarding Ohio State. You would be giving them a massive kind of benefit. I mean, they're fresh.
Yeah,
they're fresh. They will have only played half a football season.
I think what the committee did this week, they showed you putting 1-loss Clemson ahead of Ohio State. They showed you what their thinking is there.
Yeah,
and Ohio State is teetering, man. They are teetering. This game was canceled today because of Ohio State's COVID outbreak. So could that potentially bleed into next week when they're scheduled to play Michigan State? Massive in the national landscape with Ohio State there.
Who hates Ohio State in the Big Ten the most? Do you think? I'm just curious. Do you think Michigan, right?
Who hates?
Yes, like which fan base team hates Ohio State the most? In the Big
Michigan,
Ten? Michigan, without a doubt, right?
Yeah.
Michigan. You got them the last game of the season. You want to keep them out in the playoffs. You're not going to beat them on the field. Maybe you seed a little. Maybe you seed a little COVID in your ranks. Next thing you know, you deny Ohio State access to the playoff. I'm helping you out here. This is the deep thinking strats.
Northwestern has scored, so it's 17-13 now. Right. Michigan State on top of Northwestern.
I don't know why I'm cheering for Northwestern.
That's a good story. I mean, it's just cheering for the little guy.
Yeah, also, it's cheering for the fact that you can look terrible, then turn it around in a year, which LSU fans can take some solace in.
Scoreboard show presented by Home Bank. We'll knock out a quick break, come back, talk about the Big 12 and how their day went.
Foundation failure is common in South Louisiana, and that's why homeowners here turn to a local company they can trust, WCK Foundation Repair.
WCK is the only company that specializes in drilled piers, the ideal solution for Louisiana's unique soil conditions. WCK is locally owned and operated by a group of professionals with years of experience.
Learn more about the signs of foundation failure on WCKFoundationRepair.com. Call for a free estimate. WCK Foundation Repair. Support the home team.
I can't tell you how many people tried to discourage me when I said, I'm opening up a haunted house. If you love doing something, don't let anything or anyone stand in your way.
How he comes up with this stuff in his head and designs it is mind-boggling.
Debbie and Home Bank understand my business and understand that it's not normal. They've worked with me since the beginning to help my business grow.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an auctioneer care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioneer Baton Rouge, innovating healthcare for Kelly.
If I built a van, it would do more than haul.
It would carry my entire business. I'd make it available in dozens. Make that thousands of configurations.
It would keep an eye on my fleet.
And an eye out for danger.
If I built a van, I'd make it available in diesel and gas. And I'd build it right here in South Carolina.
Introducing the all-new Sprinter, starting at $33,790. Built in the USA. Mercedes-Benz, van.
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life. On 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
Well, Najee Harris, 40 yards to pay dirt. Bama's in the end zone again. They are just absolutely steamrolling Auburn. It's 34-6 with the PAT pending, and you still got about 6 minutes to go in the third. Very much feels like Alabama, every timeout is a name-your-score opportunity. They are as impressive as any Alabama team Nick has had there, mainly because of their ability to score at any point on anyone. And this is all without Jalen Waddle. I mean,
yeah,
they took away a first-round draft pick receiver off the field, and it just hasn't mattered. They are next level, different level from everybody else right now, and they are rolling Auburn and likely going to do the same in Baton Rouge next week to LSU. But Issue at hand is LSU and Texas A&M. We are an hour and 8 minutes away. We'll talk a little more in the next hour about LSU and Texas A&M. Let's quickly, though, roll through a Big 12 scoreboard.
The Magnolia Bluffs Casino College Football Scoreboard. The Magnolia Bluffs Casino Hotel in Natchez. It's not what you play, it's who you play with.
All right, in Stillwater, number 23, Oklahoma State beats Texas Tech 50-34. Oklahoma State now 6-2, remains atop the Big 12.
That is obviously significant for the Big 12 standings, and when you talk about the New Year's Six and the Big 12's automatic berth in the New Year's Six, although the Big 12 will clearly not have a spot in the college football playoff, but Oklahoma State's still very much in the driver's seat there.
At 6 p.m. tonight, Kansas State at Baylor. Dave Aranda's crew 1-5 on the year, while Claimant comes in at 4-4.
I'm a little surprised that Baylor hasn't done better this year. They just, especially with Charlie Brewer back at quarterback, they just have not. They've been a competent defensive team, as you would expect Dave Aranda's team would be, but it's been a disjointed season. They didn't play their first 2 games, then played 2, then had another one postponed, but they're on a 4-game losing streak here in the meat of their schedule. After Kansas State, they still got Oklahoma and Oklahoma State, so this might be really their last opportunity to get a win.
Oh boy, it's not looking good. It's 7 p.m. tonight. TCU at Kansas. Kansas is 0-7.
Kansas did not play last week, and Les has had a really, to say it mildly, a really rough go this year. I continue to wonder why he would take that job, and this is not going to go well for Kansas.
To me, it's like, why would you give him that job? It's not. I mean, coaches just love to coach, though. I mean, they're sickos, and then you're going to pay him $3 million a year. Like, hell yeah.
I understand that, but I understand why you'd hire him if you're Kansas. You're hiring a proven program builder who had been both at Oklahoma State and LSU, and you bring obviously a lot of notoriety with Les coming in.
That was the thing, the notoriety.
It was I think both, but that's just a massive rebuild and a massive job for whoever wants to take it on at a place where culturally they've never been good.
Maybe Bo Pelini, Kansas. I'm just thinking if you want to help us out here a little bit. Oklahoma West Virginia was postponed. Very disappointed there. Want to see that Mountaineer defense against Rattler and company. And
be curious if they get it in, because again, Oklahoma's sitting there at 6-2 as well.
Oh, yeah.
And the whole data point thing.
Did Oklahoma and Oklahoma State play already?
Yes, Bedlam was last week, and Oklahoma blew them out.
And then last night, number 13 Iowa State came back and beat Texas 23-20.
Texas led the whole game. Iowa State scored with a minute left in the game, 2 minutes left in the game to take their first lead, and Texas had a kick at the gun to send it to overtime, and Cameron Dicker the kicker, missed a 57-yarder, would have tied his career long, but pushed it to the left. So senior day for the Longhorns. Sam Ehlinger, they lose 5-3 on the season, and there is a groundswell in Austin, opposite from what you're seeing in Ann Arbor, really, for some big money boosters that want to push Tom Herman out in Austin. So it'll be interesting to see if Herman survives this season.
And what do you think the fix is at Texas? I know we're being quick here, but
I think consistency. Like I think this is true in most any business. I mean, you've got to learn when things are going awry and then know when to cut your losses. But I also think anytime you have change and turnover at your head coaching position, like, you're going to have a very obvious rebuild and change of culture and strategy, and you're going to have a roster turnover and staff turnover. And it's like, and you're going to, I don't necessarily want to say set yourself back, but I think realistically, when you see new coaches win a championship or in that mix, it's usually in year 3 or 4 when they have their whole roster turned over. So what direction do you go if you're Texas? I mean, if there were a surefire, like if you could get Urban Meyer to come out of the booth, 100% you do that. That's the one sure thing. Other than that, is that really the direction you want to go?
Joe Brady. I'm just kidding. He's going to be an NFL head coach, which is kind of wild. All right, that's your Big 12 scoreboard.
All right, it is the Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank. Matt, T-Bob, Anna, and Paul. We're all hanging out with you here. We'll knock out a quick break. When we come back, we'll take a closer look at LSU and Texas A&M. Still going to look at the Pac-12 and the ACC. So stick around with us here. Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank.
Service Master Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact Service Master Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. Service Master Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front to Back Boat Services.
You may not know about the 4Kids Foundation, but you've probably heard of the Zurich Classic. And the Zurich Classic exists because of 4Kids. But it's what happens after the tournament that really counts. 100% of the proceeds are donated by the 4Kids Foundation to hundreds of local charities, totaling more than $40 million, all to help local children and families in need. 4Kids helps kids through golf, because every child deserves a shot at a brighter future.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals, but many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
When morning came to Louisiana, we were hopeful, not hibernating. We were mending fences, feeding neighbors, and holding our kids. When morning came to Louisiana, we were wide awake, planting seeds for next year's crops. We were stronger, ready for what's next. And together, as we build anew, Blue Cross stands ready to support you.
I can't tell you how many people tried to discourage me when I said, I'm opening up a haunted house. If you love doing something, don't let anything or anyone stand in your way.
How he comes up with this stuff in his head and designs it is mind-boggling.
Debbie and Home Bank understand my business and understand that it's not normal. They've worked with me since the beginning to help my business grow.
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life. On 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
Second half of the Egg Bowl is underway. Ole Miss with the ball to start the second half in a 21-14 lead. Mike Leach is wearing a black sweatshirt with white bold lettering with a very generic font that just says state. Are we to believe that Mississippi State has ownership of the state moniker to where sea to shining sea we all acknowledge?
I have. I think I'm probably a little too
look at that.
deep.
Look how generic. How generic could that be?
I'm probably a little too deep in the forest to make a call here, because to me, state kind of.
I mean, Michigan State, by the way, we're watching their jerseys right across the front in gigantic fluorescent lettering says state.
I guess, to be honest, when I hear state, I just think of we're making a teen raunchy comedy. And everybody's trying to get into state.
We're
going to state this weekend for the parties. Hell yeah!
Or the Dr. Pepper Fansville commercial.
Yes, exactly.
Go to state
exactly.
or tech. Like that's what it is, right? That's what that looks like.
Yes, absolutely. It's a cool sweatshirt though. I
don't like it.
So I think that is one of the few items of clothing that could transcend and that anybody could wear, because it is so generic. Like if you're a fan of any state or just a fan of college, you know what it does? It has Belushi's. It's got those same vibes. Yes, the black sweatshirt that just says college across the front. It's got the exact same vibes.
But that was made iconic by Animal House.
Yes. And this is made iconic by the 2020 quarter full Egg Bowl, in which Ole Miss is currently leading, but they got stopped 21-14.
Not at all. Let's look at the ACC scoreboard.
The Gulf Coast Bank College Football Scoreboard. Gulf Coast Bank and Trust Company, the bank that cares about you.
All right. What scoreboard did you want to do?
ACC.
There we go. That's what I was just testing you. Good job remembering. Number 3, Clemson is up on Pittsburgh 38-17. Don't look now. Pitt got a little life. Wasn't it 38-3 just a little while ago?
It was 38-7.
Can I interrupt real quickly?
Yes.
Sure, this is why I literally love you.
I know. I love you too, boo.
Continue.
Why are you encouraging this? You know how hard it is?
She finds my unprofessionalism quirky.
Because I'm like, you mad.
Appealing.
It's just so... Go ahead, sorry.
Like a leaf in the wind, I just go with the flow. With 6:23 left in the third, Boston College beating Louisville 20-13.
I wish I could give you something. How about this? Scott Satterfield was supposed to interview for the South Carolina job and then decided he's not. He'll stay at Louisville. That's all I got.
Sweet. A final. In Syracuse's NC State beat Syracuse 36-29. So I saw people freaking out about this on Twitter. Did you watch it?
Yeah.
Okay, well then you tell the people what happened.
So Syracuse had a 4th and goal situation.
That came off of a sack. They're right on third down. He ran around, had a ton of time, but didn't throw it away. Took a sack.
The goal to go situation. So clock is running. Goal to go situation is from outside of the 10, maybe around the 15, thereabouts. And it's 4th down. I mean, the clock is running. They can't stop it. They just have to heave. They're down 7, so they've got to snap and throw a ball to the end zone. And the Syracuse quarterback takes the snap and spikes the football with no time left.
So not only did he take a sack on 3rd down, which you're literally, again, not allowed to do in that situation. Like, that's the last thing. You have to throw it away. But then he follows that up by throwing it not away, but into the ground.
The only thing in my mind that I even remotely resembles that I recall, well, 2 things. Number one, you played in the 2009 game at Ole Miss with the Les Miles clock it game.
Yeah.
That was one. But that was intentional. Like, you're trying to clock it with 1 second.
I mean, it was dumb to clock it with 1 second. You can't, but...
This was just a total lack of awareness.
You would clock it in that situation if you had 5 seconds. You will never clock it on 4th and goal, no matter what. Obviously.
The other is the famous 5th down game with Missouri when they were victimized by a fifth down with a spike that didn't count as a down, and so they were given a 5th down and scored and won the game, that was whenever clocking the ball became legal, and the officials didn't count they didn't count the clock
what's going on here.
as a down. So I mean, it's
shout out to
very badly for that guy, but that's
the clock it play's gotten a little shine this season. Between Auburn getting very lucky not to lose against Arkansas, now this day the spike is getting some headlines.
What year was the 5th down? Missouri 5th down was in 1990.
Wow.
It was Colorado. So Colorado ended up winning 33-31 because they clocked it and got an extra down and scored. In Missouri, by the way.
Wow.
No
At
home,
6
no
p.m.
home cooking
tonight?
there.
Yeah, in Missouri. That's frustrating. Duke at Georgia Tech. A battle of the smart guys. But neither one's good at football this year. Georgia Tech's 2-5. Duke is 2-6.
Duke's favored by 1.5 in that game. A little surprised Duke hasn't been better. Duke has Chase Bryce at quarterback, who's the Clemson transfer.
Mm-hmm.
With as good as David Cutcliffe has been, I assume, even with an all ACC schedule, I assume Duke might have had a nicer season, but they got off to the awful start. They started 0-4, and they just haven't really rebounded. Their only wins are over Syracuse and Charlotte. So.
Well, and we all know about Syracuse, right? Who's now 1-9 in the year. But look, I think Coach Corrales going to have them Tech boys ready to play, and I think that the Yellow Jackets coming out strong. It's the strength coach, by the way, from Georgia Tech. For those keeping score at home, deep cut from your boy, the football expert. Virginia at Florida State, postponed. And then last night, this game did matter, and it was fun in the afternoon. Number 2, Notre Dame defeats number 19, North Carolina, 31-17. Their last real test, meaning that Notre Dame will likely finish their first season ever in a conference undefeated.
A nice job by Notre Dame in the second half to shut out North Carolina.
Yeah. How looked great early on.
North Carolina had a 2-score lead early in that ball game, and Notre Dame defensively put the clamps on the second, shut them out in the second half. So that's a nice win to go on the road for Notre Dame in a spot where I know I certainly looked at North Carolina as a potential team that could pull an upset there, but I know. But a nice win for Notre Dame, and they're going to finish undefeated. They'll be 11-0, and they'll go to the ACC championship game against Clemson and have a chance to prove it with Trevor Lawrence on the field.
Yeah, so that I know was in reference to me pointing at the screen as Alabama has scored yet another touchdown. And this time it was Mechie that caught it. Is it pronounced Mechie?
I think it's Mechie.
It looks like Mechie. I thought I heard somebody say Mechie. Either way, just another wide receiver LSU's going to have to deal with for years. I think Whitney Bro said it best on Twitter when she said LSU's going to lose to Bama by a lot, and then it just went on for the rest of the tweet. Also, follow the Day 18 campaign on Twitter. Ladies, remember 1 in 8 women in Louisiana to be diagnosed with breast cancer. So self-exam every 18th of the month. Put it in your calendar right now. Did y'all raffle off the Road to the Tiger? Okay, right on.
Great.
Hell yeah.
Raised over $3,000.
There we
for
go.
Mary Bird Perkins.
Shout out Whitney Bro. Shout out Mary Bird Perkins and everybody who got involved. Shout out to whoever won the painting. That's awesome. That's it for the ACC.
All right, this is the Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank. Out of obligation, we'll talk about the Pac-12 when we come back. And I have got to tell you about the Oregon State game because I know you didn't watch it.
Yeah, I did not.
But the ending was an all-time. Like, it's something they will for the fan bases of those schools. That's one they will literally talk about forever. It's one of the forever in the lore games.
Good tease.
That forever, ever they will talk about. All right, Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers, offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
If I built a van, it would do more than haul.
It would carry my entire business. I'd make it available in dozens, make not thousands of configurations.
It would keep an eye on my fleet.
And an eye out for danger.
If I built a van, I'd make it available in diesel and gas. And I'd build it right here in South Carolina.
Introducing the all-new Sprinter, starting at $33,790. Built in the USA. Mercedes-Benz. Vans. Born to run.
All right, glad to have you back with us here. Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank. Matt and T-Bob, 46 minutes away from kickoff. LSU, Texas A&M from Kyle Field. Tigers and the Aggies, of course, a year ago, LSU a 50-7 winner. Texas A&M a 2-touchdown favorite in this ball game tonight. The lines opened at 12.5, and it just consistently climbed throughout the course of the week. Someone in the Bayou Ford YouTube chat asked earlier if there's any way LSU could win this game.
Paint me. Tell me the tale of the ancients.
You
the
sort
prophecy.
Of, you sort of. I think your take earlier, your long winding stream of consciousness about the impossibility, I think is a little excessive. Yep. We do see teams that are 2-touchdown underdogs win games, and that happens quite often. And look, LSU was a 3-touchdown favorite over Mississippi State this year.
Yeah,
LSU was a double-digit favorite against,
which is exactly why you can't
Missouri.
trust the 2-touchdown number.
Right? No, but look at to the flip side. Is my point. It can work the other way.
I know, but I'm saying I think that the analytics, Vegas, everybody is consistently overrating LSU because they should be better than they are.
No, I think
the coaching is terrible. Maybe they've caught up now, but I think it should be 20 points if they were really caught up.
I think Vegas has adjusted the lines with LSU because when you look at talent, when you look talent on this roster, LSU should have been favored against Auburn. Auburn's not a good football team.
Well, that's what's scary about this week. Is this the first time where you're not more talented than the team you're playing?
I think LSU and Texas A&M, talent-wise, 1-85,
or in LSU's case, 1-68,
are not that dissimilar.
Yeah.
I mean, a couple of things to keep in mind here. Kellerman's best receiver, Jamin Osborne, opted out. Osborne's a potential first-round draft pick. Their best receiver that's playing has a torn ACL. Tore his ACL in the Florida games, out for the year. Which is why you've seen Isaiah Spiller, them leaning so heavily on Spiller in the running game, because the options in the passing game aren't as bountiful. And for LSU, as bad as they've been in pass coverage this year, this is one of these games where, I think it probably suits LSU a little bit better, because it's not going to be one of those situations like with Bazelak at Missouri where he wanted to throw it 50 times a game. It wasn't going to be like Mike Leach at Mississippi State where they want to just chuck it all.
They're also bad at stopping the run.
They are. But what they've been bad at, T, really is setting the edge. They've been gashed. This past week against Arkansas, they didn't give up big chunk plays in the running game. They gave up big plays in the passing game. That may happen again tonight. Again, listen, I picked A&M by 3 touchdowns in this game.
Yeah.
I picked them 41-21 because I don't think LSU's good enough and playing with sound enough scheme or with enough trust in their coaches to go on the road and win this ball game. Like, I'm with you.
Yeah.
But someone asking, frame it, I'm going, okay, like, I mean,
it's the same way that you frame any long upset.
I think LSU's secondary with Derek Stingley and Elias Ricks match up very well in man-to-man coverage. Okay, with whoever Texas A&M puts on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that matchup. Now, does that mean A&M could run 4 wide and chuck it down the field? They do. I think LSU's got problems. But if Jimbo does what Jimbo traditionally does and just going to run off a play action and try to run the football, I think you have a slower pace game and one that doesn't get into the 40s. And a game at that pace, I think, is LSU's shot. What's the little cliche? The worst thing you do for an underdog is let him hang around. And I think A&M's defense has been very good this year. I think the big concern I have for LSU offensively is the offensive line is not good at all. And because LSU's offensive line isn't good, I don't think they'll be able to establish the run. But I do like LSU's receivers in this game because A&M before the season had 4 opt-outs in their secondary. So that's actually like, where did Alabama abuse Texas A&M? Where did Florida get all their in the passing game? So I do think with Terrace Marshall and with John Trey Kirkland and with these receivers and Avery Gilbert, I think there are going to be plays in the passing game. This is going to have to be a thing, though, where A&M turns it over and LSU doesn't, and it's a muddy game for A&M and a clean game for LSU.
It's going to have to be a thing like it was last week, where you just got to keep the LSU defense off of the field. If the LSU offense is on the field, the defense cannot give up 50-yard touchdowns. This is a core truth of this year's LSU team.
The big difference, though, is LSU's not going to be able to run the ball this week like they did last
Exactly.
week. So,
and then TJ Finley.
So I think it's going to be a different style of game. I think A&M slows the game down, and that's what keeps LSU in it, because I do think there will be plays in the passing game for LSU today. Like, I do think you will see really nice moments in the passing game for LSU today. I think that's going to be the brightest spot we take away from this game today is going to be LSU in the passing game.
Here's the deal, though. I know people keep talking about the pass rush for LSU. A&M has just as many sacks as LSU does. TJ Finley does so many good things, and I love his trajectory. But ultimately, it's just not fair to ask him to be an adept enough quarterback, 18 years old, to sit back there on the road and win in 3rd and 10 positions. And that's what he's going to be facing all night long. If you had Miles Brennan in this game, I would feel way different about much more. The playbook is open.
I disagree.
And that's fine, because I mean, it's if you watch the 2 quarterbacks play, you would understand there's a huge difference. Not in a bad way. It's not a slight against anybody. TJ Finley's trajectory may be way better, but they use a very vertical slice of the playbook with Finley that perfectly suits what he can do. But it just seems like A&M's well suited to stopping that. If I wanted to follow you down some of the defensive hope path, I will say this, or I'll ask you this question. Do you think if Ricks and Stingley don't leave the game last week, does Arkansas's offense ever actually break through? They had the one big misplay at the beginning, but after that, LSU's defense was looking like they were playing pretty solid.
And look, man, if you're watching the game last week, it was almost like the obvious joke is every time Von Rosenberg pinned you inside the 10, it's like, well, here comes the deep ball.
Yeah.
And they had nobody to defend it. But that's a thing where last week without Stingley and Ricks, and we don't know about Stingley tonight. Let's see if we can get an update from someone.
You know who I think is even more impactful than Stingley tonight is Baskerville. I mean, he is. If you any of the defensive improvement that you have seen out of LSU, slight as it may be, is all thanks to Micah Baskerville taking over Damone Clark. He's decisive. He's meeting people at the line. He actually trusts the scheme. There were 3 times last week where he set the edge. Like the ball carries on his inside shoulder, and he continued to run to his outside gap. Lo and behold, he trusted the scheme, forced the runner back inside, and a good play was made. So Baskerville probably means more to this defense actually than anybody, especially in a game like this where they're going to have to be stronger against the ground game.
He is the only C-ball, hit-ball linebacker they have. I think the others would be better in Dave Aranda's defense, sideline to sideline,
very
running.
Passive.
Yes,
catching block.
Baskerville, I think, is the one. I agree with you. But anyway, listen, I'm not. I'm not the sunshine pumper guy. I'm not sitting here trying to tell you that LSU's gosh darn going to win it. If God bless him, if Ruff and Rodrigue were here, he'd be telling us leadership. Gee, they got it, man.
I think there is an element.
That's But
I think you do like being against the grain guy though. And so you're finding a little kernel here.
No. What I'm doing is I'm answering the question because someone asked us in the Bayou 4 chat. That's how I started this.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, here's how it can go. But my pick, T-Bob, I picked A&M 41-20. I picked them by 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
I'm not going against the grain here. But all right, here's your against the grain. I have been awful at picking LSU games this year.
Yeah,
the only one I've gotten correctly is Vanderbilt. That's it. I've picked every other win-loss result for LSU this year incorrectly. All of them.
Well, Matt, I think your luck's about to change.
Well, these next 3 weeks probably are what they are. But I will. But look, man, I'll tell you this: when LSU came out of their 21-day hiatus and played, the thing we talked about last week was, I thought the people have asked you, give me a reason to watch, give me a reason to care. It's the freshman quarterbacks.
It's all the freshmen. Every time you see a freshman quarterback throw to a Reed Gilbert, that's awesome.
Here's my point. We know Gilbert's a stud, and we know Ricks is going to be a stud. We know, but there's uncertainty. Like if I told you today, T-Bob, who's the starting quarterback next year, week 1 for LSU? You don't know the answer.
No.
So that's why these final 4 games are massively important, not for really this season, but for the future of the program and what happens, because we know the fluidity at that position and how guys transfer. And so it is important what happens at that position over these next 4 games. If Finley emerges or if he struggles and they put Max Johnson in, maybe we see Max play really well, or maybe neither of them play well. And that means, look, you're pumped to have Brennan back next year. We don't know, but that is the reason going into these next 4 games to see, okay, how do those young guys play?
I think it's just, so again, I've asked Brody Miller about this, being a Philadelphia 76er fan. He had to trust the process for years. And so I asked him, what do you do when you know you're going to lose? How do you enjoy the games? And it's exactly that. You find the pieces that you think you can carry forward in the future. Unfortunately, you're not going to have, no matter how anybody plays, I don't know if you'll reach a final answer at quarterback, but you can certainly get excited. I love a lot of the things that TJ Finley does. I think he is just facing insurmountable odds. Now, if he were to pull it off, then all of a sudden that becomes like some sort of legendary performance. And like you said, they're weak in the secondary. You do have Terrace Marshall and Eric Gilbert. I'm not convinced that the offensive line can protect Finley like he will need to be protected. But if I were to follow you down the path of how does it happen, yes, that would be it. You hit some big offensive plays, taking advantage of your skill positions.
I don't think A&M defensively is as good as some might be making them out to be. They played 2 ranked teams. Alabama scored 52. Florida scored 41. I think LSU will move the ball and will put up yards and points tonight in this ballgame. A&M, when they played Vanderbilt, they gave up 12. When they played Mississippi State, they gave up 14. They played a 42-31 game against Arkansas, so Arkansas moved the ball and put up points against them. And then South Carolina scored 3. I've watched A&M enough to tell you I like their defensive front 7. It's going to be hard for LSU to run the football because LSU's offensive line is not very good, and I don't think they have a consistent star at tailback. There are plays to be made against this A&M secondary, and I think LSU is going to be able to move the ball. You are going to see them pitch and catch it pretty well tonight in this ballgame. I think Finley will have a 270-yard night like that, maybe a couple of scores. I don't think LSU defensively is near good enough.
Well, I think he'll hit 250-plus by default. because they're going to have to be slinging it around. I mean, they're going to be playing from behind and probably behind the chains as well. So, yeah, he'll hit 250 plus. He could even end up with one of those empty stat games potentially tonight. We'll see. You know what? That's why you play the game. Nothing looks good, but as Matt's alluding to, way crazier things have happened, and maybe it's time for LSU fans to get lucky and be on the underside or the underdog side of the crazy equation. Like, that would be really fun.
I don't like
right?
that. I'd much rather be the perennial favorite winning championships.
Oh, again, but I mean, you're just yelling into the ether at this point, right? I mean, I agree, but those are like off-season conversations. Yet we all have to accept who LSU is this year, and it's not a good football team.
It is a Scoreboard show presented by Home Bank. We are 33 minutes away from kickoff. We'll see if we can get you an update, see if Derek Stingley is going to be a go, checking on that. So we'll get you an update. Also, they're in a holding pattern there in Oxford, 21-14, Ole Miss leading Mississippi State. It is a Scoreboard show presented by Home Bank.
When times get tough, we stick together. We persevere. Hi, I'm Chris Harrell, Baton Rouge Market President for Home Bank. For 112 years, Home Bank has remained strong.
Homeowners here turn to a local company they can trust. WCK Foundation Repair.
WCK is the only company that specializes in drilled piers, the ideal solution for Louisiana's unique soil conditions. WCK is locally owned and operated by a group of professionals with years of experience.
Learn more about the signs of foundation failure on WCKFoundationRepair.com. Call for a free estimate. WCK Foundation Repair. Support the home team.
I can't tell you how many people tried to discourage me when I said, I'm opening up a haunted house. If you love doing something, don't let anything or anyone stand in your way.
How he comes up with this stuff in his head and designs it is mind-boggling.
Debbie and Home Bank understand my business and understand that it's not normal. They've worked with me since the beginning to help my business grow.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers, offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an auctioneer care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioneer Baton Rouge, innovating healthcare for Kelly.
If I built a van, it would do more than haul.
It would carry my entire business. I'd make it available in dozens, make not thousands of configurations.
It would keep an eye on my fleet.
And an eye out for danger.
If I built a van, I'd make it available in diesel and gas. and I'd build it right here in South Carolina.
Introducing
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life. On 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
Our Scoreboard show presented by Home Bank. 29 minutes away, LSU and Texas A&M. Of course, you can hear it on our sister station, Eagle 98.1. Immediately following the game, yours truly and Jordy Culotta, we will have whiskey and wine. You can watch us live on the Watch 104.5 ESPN YouTube channel and the 104.5 ESPN Facebook page. During the game, you can join T-Bob and his band of merry men on YouTube if you really want to.
104.5 ESPN YouTube fan cave.
For
Come get drunk with us. And
really any reason at all.
We'll have the, we can all suffer through it together.
Probably better off not doing that.
And drink beers.
Or save your beers and join Jordy and me after the game.
No, the only way that you're going to be able to.
Scoreboard show presented by Home Bank. Let's do a Pac-12 scoreboard.
The only way
Pac-12
listening to whiskey and wine is going to be tolerable, tenable. The only way you're going to be able to suffer through Moscona is if you already get drunk with me first at the fan cave. Okay,
The Luba Workers Comp College Football Scoreboard.
My girl.
Luba Workers Comp.
My girl, you don't like that, do you? A little tag team.
By the way, you just stepped all over the sponsor.
Luba Workers Comp. Woo!
T-Bob and
Now we
I,
got a
for some
live
reason,
read.
have a connection. There's
This is your
totally
first
platonic.
day ever
There's
in radio.
just no.
Hey,
Didn't you have
stop
to
it.
go
You're
somewhere?
stepping all over.
Weren't you leaving? Didn't you have to go somewhere?
And,
Why are you being mean to
give
me? Take it out on him, bro.
Yeah, come on, bro.
I'm used to working with you boys. I'm not
Jeez.
taking that.
Relax,
y'all.
dude.
Don't knock over that.
Relax. We got enough bad stuff maybe going to happen to us here in an hour without you adding to it.
All the quarterbacks on the Broncos roster are ineligible to play Sunday against the Saints after being deemed high-risk close contacts. Apparently, none of them were wearing masks at the time of exposure.
That's not the type of high that generally comes with Colorado or Denver, but
Adam Schefter
alas.
with that tweet just minutes ago. So it looks like the Saints.
No, I mean, they're not going to play the game.
If the Broncos don't have a quarterback, obviously they're not going to play the game. So,
or Trevor Siemian just signed with the Saints. Could you just throw him across the sideline and like Vic Fangio, your team's kind of worthless anyway. Let's just let Siemian play quarterback this game.
I'll be interested to see if they move this the way that they did Denver or Baltimore and Pittsburgh to Tuesday. If you can have a series of negative tests by the quarterbacks, then you could theoretically just move the game back a few days.
I'll gladly play you Tuesday for a postponement today.
But then what happens with Saints-Falcons next week? I mean, then you're talking about an extremely short week to travel, and that's a very unfortunate set of circumstances for
I have a couple
Orleans.
of buddies who work in NFL offices, and they seem to think that the reality of the kind of extra final week or whatever is quickly becoming apparent. They might I think they might end up being forced to do it.
Or we can stop pretending that healthy
Did you
grown
know-
men with the sniffles actually matters for anything.
Did you
We
know?
just go play football.
Did you know
Go
what
about our lives.
what my reference was there?
Yeah, from
Popeye.
Wimby.
Okay, yeah.
Wimby?
Okay.
What's his name?
I actually don't know. I just know it's a guy. I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
It's Wimby or Wimpy.
It's like Wembley or Wimpy or something like that. Yeah.
See, what you don't remember is the Popeyes Pal Pack. There's no way you remember.
No, what's a Popeyes Pal
The
Pack?
Popeyes Pal Pack was the Popeyes version of the Happy Meal. It was the kids.
Oh.
It was the kids meal.
Oh, but
You
like
got-
at Popeyes.
You got a piece of chicken, you got a biscuit, and then a side. It was the Pal Pack, and then you got the little toy was like one of the Popeye. It was like a Gumby character.
Yeah,
of one
like
of the
maybe like a
Popeyes,
little olive
like
oil.
olive oil or Popeye or Brutus or Wembley or
Wait, hold
Wimpy.
on. So now though,
Pal Pack.
I'm thinking about something that I've never thought about before, which is the etymology of the Popeye branding. So the cartoon already existed, and then Al Copeland was just like, "I love this cartoon." And
I have no idea.
because there's not even a spinach angle at Popeyes, the restaurant.
None.
But it's based off Popeye eating spinach to get big and strong and healthy. And Al Copeland's like, "Hey, what if we replace the spinach with chicken?" Hey, great idea, Al. Bam.
I actually have no idea if that's how that all transpired.
No, I think you just got a history lesson that I made up on the spot.
I just told you about Pal Packs.
What are you talking about? With 12 minutes left in the second quarter, San Diego State is trailing Colorado 0-7.
All I know is this Egg Bowl. I need over 68, and they were rolling, and
Dude,
now
the
nobody can
defense,
score.
bro, the
And I'm
defense.
super pissed about this because first quarter I'm like, oh, it's gonna be I'll have this by halftime, And now they've been sitting on 21-14. Somebody with a scoreless third quarter. This is garbage.
Look, it looks like Alabama decided to chill out a little bit on Auburn.
They always do.
42-13.
All right.
They kind of said
Come on,
enough
Rebs.
was
Let's
enough.
go.
Colorado's beating San State 7-0.
There's no way I'm hitting this over. It sucks.
Nope. Is there anything interesting about the Buffs? No. At 6:30 p.m. tonight, the 0-1 Utah Utes are taking on the 2-0 Washington Huskies in Washington. Arizona's 0-2, and they'll take on the 1-2 UCLA Bruins at 7 p.m. Central tonight. So, not quite Pac-12 football after dark, but the sun will be down.
By the way, it's a shame BYU's not playing Washington tonight. Cowards.
Yeah, so what's the story there? Because BYU, Kalani's talking company saying that they that they did not actually back out? Or
Cowards.
You don't believe them? You think that they did back out?
Cowards. They wanted to play the game on their own terms. The Pac-12 had a rule whereby if Washington could have found a conference opponent, they could have played that game and backed out of the deal. My point is, if you're BYU, so what? Take the game, because even if they back out, then it's you were willing to play and they backed out. Now the public perception is you had a Power 5 opponent knocking on your door and you're like, no, we're good. We're going to wait and see where they're like, we're going to wait and see where we are in the rankings. And you know where you are? Buried. And you'll never get out of it because you stink, BYU. Kick rocks, losers.
It's definitely a
losers.
Beggars can't be choosers situation.
Exactly. Losers. Someone came and offered you a game, you take it. It's like these losers at Central Florida. They wouldn't. Florida wanted to play them. Florida didn't want to return a trip. And so, or I think maybe Florida was going to play UCF in a 2-for-1. And they wanted an equal match. It's like, I'm sorry. Nobody needs you.
Come on.
Like, nobody needs you. You need this game. Do you want it or not? Do you want to be considered a laughing stock, or do you want to play this game and prove you belong? You don't get to dictate terms, because whether you want to agree to it or believe it or not, you stink. You're little brother. Nobody cares about you. Here's your opportunity. Come whip somebody's ass and prove it. Wow. Same with BYU. I get so sick. Dude, there's nothing in college football that nauseates me more than the group of 5 ninnies complaining about how they belong somewhere when you don't play. Look at what LSU's about to do the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's
A&M on the road, home against Bama at Florida. Number 1, 4, and 5. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's going to be your next 3 weeks, and I got to sit here and listen to BYU bitch because they feel super entitled because they beat a Boise State team without their starting quarterback? Kick rocks, losers. I never want to hear from you again. I don't like your people over there at University of Louisiana at Lafayette. Whoa. Kick rocks, losers. I don't ever want to hear from you, ever. You don't belong, and you never will. Until you sack up and go play a schedule full of Power 5 opponents, I never want to hear from you. Ever. Ever.
I'm not
Be what you are. Be the best you can be, which is a little guy playing in your own little world. Go be that. But other than that, I never want to hear from you.
I think you're being a bit mean to UL because I don't think they're making any of these grandiose claims. I'm just saying UL.
Yes, they are.
UL
they
should
start
be
this
in the
crap
top
all
25.
The time. They go win a freaking New Orleans Bowl, and they're trying to troll LSU about the only team that won a bowl game. And then Michael Bonnet gets on the LSU Twitter and tweets out pictures of the national championship trophies.
I think that UL should be in the top 25.
The University of Louisiana at Lafayette, with all the other little kids that play group of 5 football, need to go kick rocks and crown their own champion because they will never, ever, ever, ever belong ever.
Go Cajuns.
It doesn't mean you can't be a good program. It doesn't mean you can't be a good team. But you will never, ever be in a conversation for a national championship because you don't play
but that's not what
anything.
saying.
That is what these group of 5 teams are always saying.
UCF,
they
yes.
always want to
BYU,
be in that
yes.
conversation. And they will never, ever, 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 ever belong ever. Because they want to play their pissant little schedule and say they belong when they never, ever, ever, ever do.
Okay.
Oh, Oregon State.
Stanford, hold on first. Stanford beat Cal 24-23 yesterday.
Okay.
That's a big rivalry. And then Oregon State.
Okay, so Oregon State rallies in the fourth quarter. They're down double digits. They have the ball with 30 seconds left.
Okay.
Inside the 1. Like the nose of the football is almost touching the goal line. Tons of fog, too, by the way. You can barely see the field. This was like the old fog bowl with the Eagles back in the day. The Oregon State quarterback gets hurt. So they have to run out a walk-on. This kid who played for Podunk Community College that nobody's ever heard of. Cold, all right? A cold, foggy night. Has not taken a snap. And you're at the inch line.
And then only time for one play left?
Fourth down. It's fourth down.
Oh, wow.
And you're at this yard line. And so it's like, what do you do? Like, does this guy sneak it? He's cold. He's never taking a snap.
Yeah.
Bro, quarterback sneak. They push him into the end zone and win the ball game.
There you go.
Incredible. That kid, for the rest of his life, he wins the Civil War, coming off the bench cold to take a quarterback sneak with 30 seconds left in the Fog Bowl after this big fourth quarter rally. So stinking cool.
That is a lot of what makes college football great.
So stinking cool.
Distilled down into its purest form. I think the scariest snap I ever had was the opposite, where that 2009 Mississippi State game where we definitely should have lost if not for Chad Jones. We were coming out from about the half-yard line. A game on the line, and I randomly decided to get in a 4-point stance and snap the ball, which I'd never done in my career before. That was an odd choice. Hey, all's well that ends well.
Chance Nolan.
Hey, so you're telling me there's a chance?
Chance Nolan. This kid, never a statistic in his career, and he gets out there, and he off the bench, cold.
So, I mean, how about from an efficiency standpoint? One play, one touchdown.
So
one rush,
cool.
one touchdown. I mean, how about a chance?
In the rivalry game, so cool.
By the way, big play in the Egg Bowl as Ole Miss is in the red zone, but on third down, Mississippi State D-line comes up with a big sack. Well, D-line actually delayed blitz from the linebacker, but Ole Miss now with a decision point to make, 4th and goal, and imagine field goal coming to make it 24-14 potentially. Yeah, sorry, the over's done. Dude. You might as well just same way LSU fans got to accept that LSU is just bad this year and you'll enjoy it more. You have to accept the over's not hit.
Unless if I get what if I get some overtime, man? What if I get like a 7 overtime game?
Well, it is A&M LSU day.
All right, and it is the Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank.
Service Master Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact Service Master Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. Service Master Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one, but 2 NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front to Back Boat Services.
You may not know about the 4 Kids Foundation, but you've probably heard of the Zurich Classic. And the Zurich Classic exists because of 4 kids. But it's what happens after the tournament that really counts. 100% of the proceeds are donated by the 4 Kids Foundation to hundreds of local charities, totaling more than $40 million, all to help local children and families in need. 4 Kids helps kids through golf, because every child deserves a shot at a brighter future.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals, but many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
When morning came to Louisiana, we were hopeful, not hibernating. We were mending fences, feeding neighbors, and holding our kids. When morning came to Louisiana, we were wide awake, planting seeds for next year's crops. We were stronger, ready for what's next. And together, as we build anew, Blue Cross stands ready to support you.
I can't tell you how many people tried to discourage me when I said, I'm opening up a haunted house. If you love doing something, don't let anything or anyone stand in your way.
How he comes up with this stuff in his head and designs it is mind-boggling.
Debbie and Home Bank understand my business and understand that it's not normal. They've worked with me since the beginning to help my business grow.
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life, on 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
All right, the Iron Bowl has gone final. Alabama, a 42-13 winner over Auburn. Just steamrolled their rival, and they'll head to Baton Rouge next week. Very quickly, let's run through a top 25 scoreboard.
The Gulf Coast Bank College Football Scoreboard. Gulf Coast Bank and Trust Company, the bank that cares about you.
All right, with 11:22 left in the fourth, Clemson, they chilled out after that first quarter a little bit. They are leading 45-17. Well, it looks like they just scored. Make that 52, pinning an extra point, 17.
DJ Uiagalelei with a 9-yard touchdown pass there. Clemson rolling.
Emil with the vest fit. With 6:22 left in the fourth quarter, number 8 Northwestern has tied it up against Michigan State. Michigan State does have the ball. It is 20-20, an exciting one in East Lansing.
Be interested to see if this one goes to overtime, but it's been a really nice rally for Northwestern after trailing 17-6 at half to rally to tie the game here late in the fourth quarter.
A final in Alabama as the Tide moved to 7-0. They win 42-13 over Auburn because of course they do. I think though, I asked Haney was like real into this game as Auburn's getting their ass kicked, and I was like, "Oh, what? You got the 24?" He told me he had 30.
Good for him.
29.
There you go.
Hey, there you go, Haney. Number 6 Florida beats Kentucky 34-10.
Another huge day for Kyle Trask. 3 touchdowns, all to Kyle Pitts in his first game back from concussion.
Brody Miller's Indiana Hoosiers, the 12th-ranked Hoosiers, beat Maryland 27-11.
A nice win for Indiana after an emotional defeat a week ago to bounce back.
The 20th-ranked Coastal Carolina Chanticleers beat Texas State 49-14.
They're on the table.
9-0.
Yeah.
Texas,
they had Liberty, though. That could be an interesting game.
Liberty. Number 23, Oklahoma State moves to 6-2 with an exciting 50-44 win over Texas Tech.
Defense optional, but your boy had Texas Tech plus 11, so I'm happy.
There you go. At 6 p.m. tonight, LSU and A&M, 6:30, Georgia, South Carolina, and then a bunch of games that are canceled or postponed, including Ohio State, Illinois, Cincinnati, Temple, Oklahoma, West Virginia, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Tulsa, Houston, and then yesterday a couple finals. Number 2, Notre Dame beats number 19, North Carolina, 31-17.
Keeps them in line for the ACC championship game.
Number 13, Iowa State defeats number 17, Texas, 23-20.
Keeps Iowa State's hopes alive for the ACC championship game.
In a game that we just talked about, so you're telling me there's a chance.
For the Big 12 championship game, sorry.
Yeah. Oregon State beats Oregon 41-38. I mean, the 15th ranking by Oregon already told you the Pac-12 was done, but nice win by the Bees. And finally, number 24, Iowa defeats Nebraska 26-20.
Nebraska put up a fight, man. They were a double-digit road dog there, but they.
How do we feel about Scott Frost?
I'm surprised, genuinely surprised.
Yeah,
I thought he would have done far better than he has there. All right, we got to grab our last break. We'll give you a pick on LSU Texas A&M when we wrap up the Scoreboard show presented by Home Bank.
During these challenging times, We know your healthcare needs don't stop. Cancer, accidents, injuries, and heart disease are relentless. So we are relentlessly innovating to keep you safe, both virtually and in person, connecting you with providers remotely, advancing clinical spaces, providing rapid and accurate testing, social distancing, and certified cleaning protocols. We are Auctioner, and we will not slow down. Auctioner Health, innovating healthcare.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as a bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact ServiceMaster Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. ServiceMaster Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front to Back Boat Services.
You may not know about the 4Kids Foundation, but you've probably heard of the Zurich Classic. And the Zurich Classic exists because of 4 kids. But it's what happens after the tournament that really counts. 100% of the proceeds are donated by the 4Kids Foundation to hundreds of local charities, totaling more than $40 million, all to help local children and families in need. 4Kids helps kids through golf, because every child deserves a shot at a brighter future.
If I built a van, it would do more than haul.
It would carry my entire business. I'd make it available in dozens. Make that thousands of configurations.
It would keep an eye on my fleet.
And an eye out for danger.
If I built a van, I'd make it available in diesel and gas. And I'd build it right here in South Carolina.
Introducing the all-new Sprinter, starting at $33,790. Built in the USA. Mercedes-Benz. Vans. Born to run.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals. But many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs.
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life. On 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
We literally have 20 seconds. LSU, Texas A&M, pick.
You know my feeling. A&M wins by 21.
Okay, I picked A&M 41-21. Hopefully the Tigers have a better showing than that. All right, Whiskey and Wine right after the game, and then T-Bob will have a companion show on YouTube.
Emil's here.
Go Tigers. Y'all enjoy the game. See ya.
Foundation failure is common in South Louisiana, and that's why homeowners here turn to a local company they can trust, WCK Foundation Repair.
WCK is the only company that specializes in drilled piers, the ideal solution for Louisiana's unique soil conditions. WCK is locally owned and operated by a group of professionals with years of experience.
Learn more about the signs of foundation failure on WCKFoundationRepair.com. Call for a free estimate. WCK Foundation Repair. Support the home team.
I can't tell you how many people tried to discourage me when I said, I'm opening up a haunted house. If you love doing something, don't let anything or anyone stand in your way.
How he comes up with this stuff in his head and designs it is mind-boggling.
Debbie and Home Bank understand my business and understand that it's not normal. They've worked with me since the beginning to help my business grow.
At All-Star Toyota,